Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers, statements by ministers, government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, March 31st, Divert Nova Scotia is hosting one of its regular summits, which brings together key stakeholders to look at new opportunities for waste diversion and reduction and growth of our province's circular economy. And whereas these summits are a successful catalyst for change and innovation in Nova Scotia, and the focus of the 2022 summit is litter prevention and reduction. And whereas reducing waste and shifting to a circular economy are both necessary to help us address climate change and improve the health and sustainability of our environment, therefore be it resolved that members of this House and Nova Scotians join me in recognizing Divert Nova Scotia, its staff and board for their leadership in championing us to live in more sustainable ways through waste reduction and diversion, and wish them a successful and productive 2022 summit. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. Did I hear a no? But all those in favour of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. There are several noes. The motion is tabled. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Dan Davis, a skilled communications professional with our Department of Agriculture, who has served the provincial government for 24 years in multiple departments, including economic development, transportation and public works, natural resources, communities, culture, tourism and heritage, and fisheries and aquaculture, as part of the Communications Nova Scotia team, helping Nova Scotians to know what their government is doing and why. And whereas Dan impressed me and all his colleagues in government with his calm, cool, and collected demeanor, forging strong relationships with ministers, deputy ministers, senior teams, and fellow co-workers, always serving departments with his sage advice on communications issues and delivering on the task at hand. And whereas Dan will now be able to enjoy more time with his creative writing and music interests, as well as with his wife Danielle and his children Eli, Rose, and Lucy. Therefore, be it resolved that this House of Assembly recognize and express our gratitude to Dan Davis as his retirement takes effect today for his impressive career of dedicated service to this province. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour should show your consent by saying aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the sport fishing sector continues to see growth and is important to our rural communities and tourism industries and contributes significantly to the Nova Scotia economy, ranging from $65 million to $85 million annually. And whereas sport fishing is a popular, healthy outdoor activity, and more Nova Scotians are sport fishing than ever. Whereas sport fishing is an exciting and relaxing pastime that can be enjoyed by people of all ages and skill levels, making it an excellent family experience. And it is easier than ever to obtain your sport fishing license using our new online licensing system. Therefore, be it resolved that as we look forward to the warmer weather and days spent casting lines into one of many pristine lakes or rivers throughout the province, members of the legislature encourage Nova Scotians to head to one of the province's many waterways to enjoy the 2022 sport fishing season, which opens in most areas tomorrow, April 1st. Mr. Speaker, I ask waiver of motion, notice rather, and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act.
Bill number 114, an act to amend Chapter 208 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Hospitals Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time at a future day. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2004, the Prescription Monitoring Act.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2004, the Prescription Monitoring Act.
Bill number 115, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2004, the Prescription Monitoring Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, to provide rapid disaster relief.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, to provide rapid disaster relief.
Bill number 116, an act to amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, to provide rapid disaster relief.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Study Bringing Nova Scotia Power Incorporated Back into Public Ownership.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Study Bringing Nova Scotia Power Incorporated Back into Public Ownership.
Already done. Already done.
Bill number 117, an act to study bringing Nova Scotia Power Incorporated back into public ownership.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Now I'm on it. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act.
Bill number 118, an act to amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation of Endometriosis Awareness Month.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation of Endometriosis Awareness Month. Whoa.
Bill number 119, an act to provide for the designation of Endometriosis Awareness Month.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 42 of the Acts of 2005, the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 42 of the Acts of 2005, the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act.
Bill number 120, an act to amend Chapter 42 of the Acts of 2005, the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Active Transportation.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Active Transportation. Order, please.
Bill number 21, an act to support active transportation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Repeal of an Act to Incorporate the Lunenburg Rod and Gun Club.
The honourable member for Lunenburg begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Repeal of an Act to Incorporate the Lunenburg Rod and Gun Club.
Bill number 122, an act respecting the repeal of an act to incorporate the Lunenburg Rod and Gun Club.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, Hugh Fraser was laid to rest. I know there are many in this House on all sides who were shocked to hear the sad news that Hugh had passed away at the age of just 54. Hugh was a skilled communicator whose career encompassed newspaper, television, government, and his own business called Fraser & Sons Communications, Inc. In each of those roles, he distinguished himself with his easygoing manner, generosity of spirit, and his dry sense of humor. Hugh Fraser was a true gentleman. Mr. Speaker, Hugh leaves behind his wife, Amy, and his sons, Ted, Patrick, and Daniel. His family is indeed an incredible part of his legacy. And over the summer, I had the opportunity to get to know Patrick, and I'm happy to tell the members of this House that he is a fine young man, and he has definitely inherited many of his father's wonderful qualities. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in paying tribute to Hugh Fraser and sending our sincere condolences to those who knew and loved him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate a young constituent, Lauren McVicker, on her support of a friend during the illegal war on Ukraine. Lauren's friend, Olga Veres, is very concerned about family members, including her grandparents who live in Ukraine. Lauren organized a vigil for Ukraine at Bedford's DeWolf Park in early March. Friends lit candles in solidarity with Ukraine and to support Olga. Lauren is in grade 8. Many members of this House will be quite familiar with her mother, Jennifer McLeod, although I suspect none of us were here when she was a page. I want to commend Lauren on her global awareness and her support of her friend, and I want to assure Olga that we stand with her too.
Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark a wonderful day of the year. March 31st is the Transgender Day of Visibility. American trans activist Rachel Crandall founded the day in 2009, citing the lack of awareness around the trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse communities. She also noted that the only existing dedicated day was the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which was to mourn those the community lost all too soon. This day, however, serves to uplift, celebrate, and recognize trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse community members. It is a time to signal our support for everyone to be able to live safe and authentic lives. It is particularly important to mark this day in the face of continued inadequate access to gender-affirming care, legislative rollbacks in other places, and a continued lack of safety at home, in schools, and in the streets, especially for trans youth. We must also pause to acknowledge the particular challenges facing BIPOC trans folks. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the Trans Pride flew tall and proud in front of this very House this moment, and this evening the legislature will be lit in Trans Pride colors. I ask all members of the House to join me in celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility, the incredible achievements and resilience of the trans community, and to work together for tangible and positive change.
Again, I would ask that members try their best to make their statements fall within the time limit. The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, I keenly rise today to recognize March 31st as National Indigenous Languages Day. This is an opportunity for Nova Scotians to honor and celebrate the language and culture of the Mi'kmaq people. Language is an important part of cultural identity, and the Mi'kmaq language reflects the culture of the First Peoples of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, Mi'kmaq language connects us to the past and shared history that we are learning about now through initiatives like treaty education. Through this work, co-led by the Office of All New Affairs and our partners at Mi'kmaq Gina Matanaway, all Nova Scotians have the opportunity to learn who the Mi'kmaq are historically and today. We can also learn the importance of treaties and our treaty relationship as we establish a path of reconciliation and understand what it means to be a treaty person. Mr. Speaker, many Mi'kmaq lost their language during the time they attended residential schools, forbidden to speak their language. I hope our ancestors hear us loud and clear today as we recognize the importance of the Mi'kmaq language on this National Indigenous Languages Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to congratulate everyone in the community that has been involved with the new hospice that opened this past fall in the CBRM. An amazing amount of work and dedication and love went into ensuring that families in the CBRM had access to a facility to support their families during end-of-life care. There are so many people to thank who worked tirelessly over the years to make this reality. And I rise in my place today to congratulate everyone who has been involved with Hospice Cape Breton, the board, the co-chairs, all the healthcare team that was involved. It's a beautiful facility, and it means so much to the families who need support on the island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, on this Transgender Day of Visibility, I rise to recognize a local film that tells a thoughtful, unique, and touching story. Dawn, Her Dad and the Tractor was written and directed by Shelley Thompson as a love letter to her transgender son, T. Starring trans activist and performer Maya V. Henry and featuring a host of wonderful performances by many local actors and some amazing music by Rose Cousins, the film is a significant work for the trans community and their allies. It explores the difficulties and nuance of a trans woman, Dawn's, return to her childhood home and family, which, like all too often in real life, is met with negativity and fear. She eventually builds a bridge by restoring her father's antique tractor. It's a beautiful story of courage and resilience, family and friendship, but it also shines a light on the violence committed against trans, non-binary, and queer people in our communities every day. Since its premiere, the film and has played at countless national and international film festivals and is currently streaming on Crave. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in recognizing the accomplishment of Dawn, Her Dad and the Tractor, and the positive impact for the trans and ever-growing ally communities of this locally produced film.
Well, now, that's 3 that, ever since I mentioned the time limit, that's 3 that have gone over the time limit. So please, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
There's always stuff going on over here. We're busy.
Order, please. The member for Cape Breton East has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Kyle Doncaster of Marion Bridge, who landed himself on the Atlantic Canada's 30 Under 30 Innovators as one of the most successful nominees in 2021. Kyle secured his first job at age 14 while attending high school, which was not affected by work as he graduated 6 months early with a 98% average. Wow. Today, Kyle is the successful owner of Anchor Security Services, which does a variety of security and home automation jobs. He said he's enjoying the journey as the young company grows and rolls with the punches in the ever-changing industry. I would like to take this opportunity today, Mr. Speaker, to thank Kyle and applaud him for his hard work and dedication and wish him continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Roy Scott of Eastover for his courage and determination to learn to read at the age of 70. Although oral testing showed Scott was a bright student, his learning disabilities, which were never officially diagnosed, impeded his ability to read and write. The result was that he was repeatedly held back in school. The embarrassment of being in a classroom with classmates who were much younger, along with ridiculing remarks from teachers and students saying, "You'll never amount to anything, and I'll give you grade 8 if you leave," resulted in Roy dropping out of school before he learned to read and write. Scott, now 75, has worked as a fisher on a survey ship at the Halifax dockyards and has owned his own business, making awnings, sails, and boat covers. He's married. He and his wife raised 2 children in Eastover. Despite a successful life, Roy was burdened by his lack of literacy. A chance encounter with an old friend encouraged Roy to return to school. That led Roy to the Western Halifax Community Learning Network, where kind and compassionate instructors turned Scott's bad memories of school around and helped him to learn and read and write. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Roy on the accomplishment of learning to read and write. Literacy is an important tool in every aspect of life, and Roy has proved you're never too old to learn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the day of Transgender Day of Visibility, I rise to recognize Veronica Merrifield, a friend. Veronica is an advocate, the founder of the Cape Breton Transgender Network, and a promoter of gender-affirming care. The work done by Veronica is saving lives. I've known a few of whom she's helped begin their journey. Through her advocacy and work and with thousands of Canadians, she was able to get the Bill C4 passed in Canada, banning conversion therapy. She's an advocate for gender-affirming care and speaks for the need for it to be affordable and accessible here in Nova Scotia. Her work also involves advocating for more inclusive language in laws and policies. Words are important, Mr. Speaker. They can hurt as well as heal, exclude as well as include. Mr. Speaker, Veronica's story and her advocacy is one of many I could share with you today. I hope Veronica knows the love, compassion, support, and advocacy she provides is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to acknowledge March 31st as the International Transgender Day of Visibility. The first International Transgender Day of Visibility was held on this day in 2009 and officially recognized around the world in 2014. Today is a day to celebrate the many contributions that trans and non-binary people have made to society, while acknowledging the need to challenge the systemic barriers and inequalities facing gender-diverse people. Nova Scotians who identify as transgender are diverse and valued members of our province, and our government is committed to supporting gender-diverse communities and to promoting their fundamental rights. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in celebrating Nova Scotia's gender-diverse population and in thanking those who have fought and continue to fight for gender equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Oh, these new masks are terrible. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place today to wish a very belated happy birthday to a longtime constituent in our community, Mr. Douglas Ross, who turned 70 on January 4th of this year. It is with sincere pleasure that I extend warm wishes and hope that Douglas had, sorry, I'm thinking about my butt behind, that Douglas had a wonderful celebration with his family and friends. Congratulations on a very special day.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising here today to add my voice in support of the Trans Day of Visibility, a day to celebrate the gender-diverse people in our communities and recognize our role in creating safe and supportive environments for people who are trans, non-binary, and genderqueer. Halifax Needham is home to the Youth Project, and I'd like to thank this organization for the important work they're doing in support and empowering 2S LGBTQ+ youth. During African Heritage Month, the Youth Project showcased Black, queer, and trans voices and hosted a workshop discussion on anti-Black racism, as well as closed Black Space Debrief of the month. I want to recognize the staff and volunteers behind this hard work and value the Youth Project and what they bring to our community and province, and the young people who are leading important conversations about gender, sexuality, and social justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the immense and urgent needs to support the people of Ukraine who are seeking refuge. I've had many people in Cumberland North contact me to ask how they could help. Local vet, Dr. Carolyn Hollis, gathered household and medical supplies for many of us, as did Dr. Tina Frizzle, and both had these supplies shipped directly to neighboring countries to be used in refugee camps. My staff and I have been selling stickers and posters with the Ukraine flag and some with and some without the slogan, Slava Ukraini, which means glory to Ukraine. All the funds will be given to the Rotary International to help in Ukraine. Housing, clothing, food, medical care, English language support, schools, documentation, employment support, fiscal management are just some of the basic committees that our local Rotary Club used to support Syrian refugees. I urge all Nova Scotians to find ways to support Ukraine refugees who have fled their country to find safe refuge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize Middle Sackville resident Alex Carr. On January 6 this year, the 17-year-old defenseman signed with the Rwanda Huskies and is slated to play with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League team for the rest of this season. Alex, who played for Cole Harbour for 2 years and with the Junior A South Shore Lumberjacks, was ranked 14th highest player for Nova Scotia in the 2020 QMJHL entry draft. Speaker, I'd like to take an opportunity to congratulate Alex on his success and wish him the best of luck in his future hockey career. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding young man in my community, Matt Welsh. Matt has been an elite hockey player for most of his life. After playing in net for the Charlottetown Islanders for 5 years and setting a Quebec Major Junior Hockey League record for most minutes played by a goalie in league history, he returned to Halifax during the pandemic to attend St. Mary's University. While at SMU, he's continued to build his reputation on and off the ice. He works with the Children's Wish Foundation, giving tours of the SMU Arena to young cancer survivors. He organizes blood drives with Canadian Blood Services, and somehow, as well, he finds the time to coach youth hockey and knocked on hundreds of doors with me this summer in the past election in Fairview-Clayton Park. Matt has been recognized as an academic All-Canadian and was recently awarded the AUS Student Athlete Community Service Award in recognition of all of his volunteer efforts. I ask that all members of the House join me in celebrating Matt on his successes and wish him all the best as he graduates from SMU this spring. Thanks.
The member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Trans Day of Visibility, it is important that we also recognize those in the community who do the legwork to tangibly improve trans Nova Scotians' lives. That's why today I am honored to rise in the House to acknowledge Gender Affirming Care in Nova Scotia. Gender Affirming Care in Nova Scotia is a community group that advocates for trans Nova Scotians' access to proper, comprehensive health care in a timely fashion. Members can check out their website, which includes a comprehensive overview of what is needed to achieve gender-affirming care in Nova Scotia. It also features a long list of endorsements from organizations across Nova Scotia, such as Doctors Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I invite my colleagues in this House to acknowledge that gender-affirming care is life-saving care, and join me in recognizing Gender-Affirming Care Nova Scotia's work on making the trans community's needs more visible on this Transgender Day of Visibility.
The honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the organizers of the 41st Annual Queens Auxiliary Hospital Hustle. The hustle is a beloved tradition in Queens and typically raises between $20,000 and $25,000 each year in support of the Queens General Hospital Foundation. After canceling the event in 2020 due to COVID restrictions, Chair Jennifer Hutchins-Conrad and hustle organizers got creative and moved the event online for 2021. They started the auction event in April, and at its conclusion in December, the total had surpassed $20,000. The foundation will put this towards the purchase of a new electrocardiogram machine. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the efforts of Jennifer and her team, and I thank them for their creativity, their time and efforts, and congratulate them on a very successful virtual hustle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize the Yusuf Karshi exhibition at the Pier 21 Canadian Museum of Immigration. Karsh arrived in Halifax in 1924 as an Armenian refugee, and luckily for us, will soon move on to Sherbrooke to study photograph. I say luckily because Karshi will go on to become one of the most famous portrait photograph of all time, with his photo of a public figure like Churchill, Kennedy, de Gaulle, and Nova Scotia's own portrait wide becoming instant international classic. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Pier 21 and its employees for bringing this work back to Halifax, to the exact spot where Karsh arrived here, and display it for us all to admire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Wellness Within is a phenomenal nonprofit organization that supports women and transgender non-binary individuals who have experienced criminalization and are pregnant or have young children. This month, Dartmouth North resident Clark McIntosh will be presented with a Halifax Volunteer Award for their work as the group's queer doula coordinator. A disabled non-binary parent of 2, Clark has volunteered with Wellness Within for several years. Recently, Clark was central to the creation of the Queer Doula Toolkit and the Dismantling Exclusion and Oppression in Doula Practice projects. They are also currently a co-investigator for Wellness Within's research study on best practices for queer doula training. A Dalhousie University social work graduate, Clark also works for the Nova Scotia Public Interest Research Group. As a resident of Ocean Breeze, Clark spoke up in defense of the community's affordable, family-friendly, and accessible housing when it was put up for sale last year. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in extending gratitude to Clark McIntosh for their work and congratulating them on this well-deserved award.
The member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, as a teacher at Glace Bay High School, it is an extreme honor to rise in my place today to congratulate the Glace Bay High Panthers team. Last Sunday, Glace Bay captured the Highland Regional Division I Championship in a competitive game against Riverview. The win secured Glace Bay's place in School Sport Nova Scotia Provincial Championship this weekend in Windsor. The Panthers led the Cape Breton High School Hockey League with an undefeated 16-0-0 record. The spectacular season was made possible by Captain Adam Hicks, who won the league scoring title, followed by Landon Clark and my nephew Brady Doucette, who both finished in the top 10. With 12 veteran players on the team and an exciting mix of new players, the Panthers have capable of changing any momentum of the game. Congratulations on the amazing year, and good luck in the provincials. Good luck, go Panthers.
The member for Bedford South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize International Transgender Day of Visibility. Today we recognize the profound contributions that transgender people make to our province and their ongoing struggle for equality. For far too long in our province, country, and world, to be trans has meant to live at times with fear. Fear of losing your dignity, your job, and maybe even your life, simply because of who you are. We can and we must do better to support trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse Nova Scotians to live lives free of fear and full of peace. In particular, I want to recognize my favorite member of the trans community, my little brother, Travis. In addition to being Halifax's best barber, his decency, kindness, and compassion are a joy to everyone who knows him. Travis is brave and full of happiness, and I love him very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Layla White, Neely Pfeiffer, Claire Morrison, Kate Morrison, and Isabella White for spending their March break at the Mayflower Mall volunteering at the CBRM's information kiosk and waste management. This volunteer team, while surrounded by a fleet of organic waste screen bins and carts, held conversations with mall goers on waste and recycling and the importance of putting organic waste in the right place to ensure it doesn't end up in the wrong waste management facility. Mr. Speaker, I commend them for their climate stewardship, and I remind us all we should all do our part. Thank you.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Maritime Provinces have a long history of collaboration, unity, and regional strength. Before Confederation, the Maritime Provinces were wealthy with a robust economy. Looking back at our history, former Premier Joseph Howe was an anti-Confederate, believing the Maritimes had nothing in common with Upper Canada and the West, believed we were more aligned with Eastern U.S. and Liverpool, England. However, Sir Charles Tupper, who was Premier of Nova Scotia, led us and other maritime provinces into Confederation in 1867. Ironically, Charles Tupper was from Amherst. There have been many movements since 1867 to unite and re-strengthen our maritime region, to regain our wealth and our position in the world and in North America. Mr. Speaker, I encourage us all to consider the maritime provinces and the importance of collaboration to regain the strength of our maritime region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a local Dartmouth Beavers Scout group. In mid-February, the Beavers joined me, Councillor Tony Mancini, and volunteers in preparing bundles of fresh produce for the bi-weekly Dartmouth East Square Roots program. Beaver Scouts are composed of youngsters between the ages of 5 and 7, and they help prepare our youth for their future. Mr. Speaker, it is truly a rewarding experience to see our youth, who are the future leaders, take ownership and improve our communities. Scouts Canada instills a strong sense of civic responsibility to shape active citizens and create positive change. I'd like to thank the Beavers for volunteering with us at the East Dartmouth Square Roots Initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the belated birthday of Sammy McDougall. Sammy turned 16 in February, and Sammy works in my office. And the streets of Cape Breton are to be on the lookout for Sammy, as he just received his driver's license. But he's a very competent driver and a very competent employee in my office. And Sammy is a very strong political mind. He helps me immensely in the office, and he's a strong believer in me and in our leader and in our party. And I want to thank him for his service and look forward to what the future brings for Sammy. Thank you. Absolutely.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the last day of Kidney Health Month in Canada. 1 in 10 people have kidney disease in Canada, and that number continues to rise. There is a lack of awareness of this disease despite kidneys being vital organs affecting overall health. This is an incurable disease, and receiving a transplant, while being the gold standard of care, is not a cure. Something widely misunderstood. The disease affects people of all ages, but is more likely in those of African, Indigenous, Asian, and Hispanic descent. I would like to acknowledge all those working in this field, whether in research, treating patients, volunteering, and otherwise. And to those living with this disease, know that I acknowledge your struggle and perseverance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Colchester, Musquedoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with high regard that I draw your attention to a citizen of Shorts Lake named Russ Bradley. Throughout the years, Russ has brought his many skills to the communities of Shorts Lake and Brookfield. He is an accomplished singer, giving his talent willingly to the John Fisher Choir, and has participated in other community events. Russell's skills extend to cooking, carpentry, gardening, all loaned to fundraisers. He has also donated his time and property to enhance the Brookfield Day celebrations, along with his leadership to the train station heritage site, giving many hours to maintaining the property, planning fundraisers. As Russell moves into a retired life, I wanted to rise and recognize his many contributions to the community. Volunteers such as Russ Bradley keep our communities alive and active. Congratulations, Russ. I hope you enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
The member for Cold Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to recognize the Portland Estates and Colby Scout Group, affectionately known as PEC. Scouts Canada is our country's leading youth organization. The success of the Scouting program is supported by a dedicated team of volunteers who provide youth with the opportunity to challenge themselves and experience countless firsts. Our local PEC Scout group joined together this summer to plant 1,000 trees on the Salt Marsh Trail crossing on Bissett Road. The Scouts were so pleased to see the increase in vegetation from the previous planting 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of the House of Assembly recognize and thank all the volunteers across Canada that make the Scouting Canada program possible for our youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyll.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable couple, Annie and Charlie Muse of Tuscott, on amazing milestones. Charlie turned 100 on August 3rd, 2021, and Annie on January 13th, 2022. The pair still live together in their home they purchased 75 years ago. The two were married in July 1942, and 3 months later, Charlie went to war. He was gone for more than 3 years, arriving back in Nova Scotia on New Year's Day in 1946. The couple will celebrate another incredible milestone later this year, Mr. Speaker, when they celebrate their 80th wedding anniversary. Neither have any serious health issues. Annie still knits, her fingers are nimble and arthritis-free, and Charlie, well, he's quite the singer. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature to join me in wishing Annie and Charlie continued love, happiness, and health together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible newcomer volunteers on my campaign team this past summer. And this is the second session that I was wishing that they are here so I can introduce them. But all I can do today is just tell you about them and the countries from which they come from. I had at least 6 or 7 countries on my team, or constituents from roots from those countries, or they are mainly newcomers, youth newcomers from Palestine, Lebanon, Egypt, Italy, Sri Lanka, Brazil, Nigeria, Iran, India, and the French Ivory Coast. That was my team, Mr. Speaker, and I had the pleasure of mentoring them on the value of the democratic political system and the value of casting their vote. I am so proud of our team for creating an environment where everyone was welcomed and included. Mr. Speaker, I would ask this House to join me in recognizing and applauding these wonderful newcomer volunteers, and I truly hope I can invite them to this House soon. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Luke Clark, Evan Blennis, and Chris Kirkpatrick, who restored the old outdoor rink in Sheffield Mills this winter. This rink had not been used in approximately 25 years. 3 weeks and between 100 and 120 hours of dedicated hard work by these gentlemen produced the 115 by 40-foot outdoor rink located near the intersection of Highway 221 and Black Hole Road. Its sole purpose is providing an outdoor place for the community children to enjoy. Please join me today to recognize Luke Clark, Evan Blennis, and Chris Kirkpatrick for their hard work, community spirit, and generosity of their time for the community of Sheffield Mills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Preston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to acknowledge my cousin and dear friend, Mr. Chad Williams. He is a gastroenterologist and inflammatory bowel disease specialist at the Dartmouth General Hospital. He is from East Preston, the husband to his beautiful wife, Glenda, and they're the father to 2 beautiful girls. He is an assistant professor of the Faculty of Medicine at Dalhousie, practices internal medicine coverage for the Dartmouth General. Dr. Williams completed his Bachelor of Science and medical degrees at Dalhousie University prior to leaving to complete internal medicine residency at the gastroenterology residency at University of Calgary. He is one of the first African Nova Scotians to graduate Dalhousie Medical School and is the first ever from the Preston Township. Dr. Williams has been awarded the prestigious Dow Medical Inventor Award and is currently heavily involved in the analysis and improvement of the institution of medicine from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspectives. He sits on many initiatives and boards and is currently a member of the Men's Brotherhood. I ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Dr. Williams for his incredible contributions and accomplishments in his field of medicine. Thank you.
The member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the saying that a company is only as good as the people it keeps. Sobeys was very lucky to have this value in their employee, Shelley Golady. Shelley worked for Sobeys in Elmsdale for 38 years, her entire career until her retirement in September. As we all know, the loyalty employee is a gem. She started out in the grocery department and finished in produce. Shelley was an assistant in several departments due to her vast knowledge of products, but it was Shelley's customer service skills that made her an exceptional employee. There wasn't a regular customer who didn't know Shelley. She could often be found chatting with customers, making them feel like their business mattered, but it was more often that for Shelley, she was generally cared for people, and it showed. It has been different going to Sobeys for many customers not seeing Shelley at the store, but I'd like to wish Shelley a long and fruitful retirement and congratulate her on her 38 years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, to help address the physician shortage, our community built a health clinic that would foster a collaborative approach to family medicine. In addition, our doctors continue to play a key role in our recruitment efforts. Dr. Michelle Dow is actively involved in our physician recruitment, often meeting with medical students to offer her support and her guidance. Also, Dr. Dow is a preceptor to the Residence in Family Medicine program focused on working in rural settings. In this role, she helps prepare the next generation of doctors, hoping they decide to practice medicine in Clare and the adjoining communities. I ask that all members join me in thanking Dr. Michelle Dow for her efforts in mentoring the next generation of doctors and in encouraging them to consider practicing in communities like ours. Merci.
The member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Alicia and Miranda Teasdale on the recent opening of Teasdale Apothecary. Alicia and Amanda, both Antigonish locals, moved home from Alberta with plans to open a drugstore that serves the needs of their customers in an innovative and environmentally friendly way. The Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia believe Teasdale's Apothecary is the first pharmacy in our province that allows people to pay a deposit to have their prescriptions filled in reusable glass vials instead of plastic containers. The drugstore's environmentally friendly mandate is also seen in other parts of the store. Products such as shampoos and household cleaners have refillable options, supporting customers committed to low to zero waste principles and looking for healthier alternatives to toxic personal care items. Teasdale Apothecary is committed to reducing pharmacy waste and educating their customers. I wish Alicia and Miranda all of the success in their business, and I want to applaud their entrepreneurship, innovation, and thank them for the quality and compassionate care for the people they serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jonathan Ehrenberg, a constituent who became a mental health advocate after being put off work with post-traumatic stress disorder. John dedicated most of his professional life of 18 years working with individuals who have intellectual development disorders, behavioral challenges, and mental illness, and was also a volunteer firefighter for 15 years. John is now a mental health blogger, writer, speaker, wellness coach, and published author. He self-published his book, The Road to Mental Wellness, in September of 2021. It goes into detail about his lifelong battle with depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Since being put off work, Jonathan has dedicated his time to his mental wellness journey while helping others along the way. I've had the privilege of meeting John in my office, and he definitely has a passion for everything he does. Mr. Speaker and all members of the House, please join me in congratulating Mr. Ehrenberg on his recent publication and thank him for sharing such a poignant and detailed look at his own journey to mental wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Yarmouth Hospital Foundation recently held its 6th We Care Radiothon with its presenting sponsor, Y95 CGLS, who broadcast the all-day event. This year's fundraising focus is to purchase new cardiac equipment for the Yarmouth Regional Hospital, specifically an echocardiography unit, and cardiac stress test unit and stress echo bed. Donations poured in all day, and the final total was over $171,000. I ask this House to join me in thanking the Yarmouth Hospital Foundation for its meaningful and inspiring work for our region, Y95, CGLS for their continued partnership in this important fundraiser, all the volunteers for their dedication and hard work, and the many sponsors and donors for their generosity.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sierra Ezuzeta, a Beaverbank boxer, is among 12 athletes chosen by Sport Nova Scotia's True Sport Ambassador program to use their voice and influence to share their passion with others. 17-year-old Sierra is a multi-sport athlete and took up boxing when she was just 10 years old, and she hopes to compete in the 2028 Summer Olympics. The True Sport Ambassador social media campaign was created to foster a positive and safe sporting culture across the province. The ultimate goal is to increase awareness of the 7 True Sport principles: go for it, play fair, respect others, keep it fun, stay healthy, include everyone, and give back. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Sierra on her well-deserved honour of being chosen as a True Sport Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, constituent Dr. Bob Maher was presented with the Roger F. Tomlinson Lifetime Achievement Award from Esri Canada. This award recognizes outstanding achievements and contribution in the GIS community. He is certainly a very deserving recipient. Dr. Maher has had an exemplary career in academia, government, and the private sector. Among his many professional accomplishments, Dr. Maher was instrumental in establishing a world-class GIS program at the College of Geographic Sciences in Lawrencetown. This college has trained hundreds of geospatial leaders. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in congratulating Dr. Bob Maher on receiving the Roger F. Tomlinson Lifetime Achievement Award and for the tremendous contribution he's made to his field. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to celebrate 10-year-old Caitlin Hallett of Shelburne. Katie is truly a miracle child who has been chosen for the provincial 2022 IWK champion representing all of Atlantic Canada. At birth, Katie was diagnosed with a life-threatening respiratory condition that kept her in the IWK for the first 2 years of her life, and over the first 6 years she had over 46 surgeries. And she has overcome numerous challenges that were thought that were not possible. And as things continue to improve, Katie, a typical 10-year-old with the biggest heart for others, her family remains optimistic for a very bright future. So, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask that all members join me in congratulating Katie and wishing her well in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kwamina Adu, a teacher who goes above and beyond for his students at Halifax West High School. Mr. Adu is the kind of teacher that wants every student to be successful and volunteers his time to give extra help to students. In addition to offering lunchtime support, Mr. Adu also offers extra help for after-school students who are struggling in chemistry or occupied with their sports competitions. For his IB students, he has stayed late to help those completing lab requirements, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the House join me in recognizing the hard work and the outstanding service of Mr. Adu and wish him continued success in his teaching career. Thank you.
The member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the neighborhood soup servants of Parish of French Village. 4 years ago, several parishioners saw a need in the community among seniors who were living alone. Since then, over 30 volunteers have come together nearly once a month to provide a healthy soup to more than 75 seniors. The idea is not to just offer soup, but to visit and provide social support for residents who often live alone. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the members of the legislature to join me in thanking these volunteers for doing what they can to support and care for the neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Elaine Martel of Lordways was a dedicated staff member of Ringette Canada for over 22 years. In November 2020, Elaine lost her battle with cancer at the age of 50. A well-respected member of her community, she was actively involved in numerous fundraising activities. Elaine was instrumental in starting up the Harbour Wars Initiative in Lordways. This event was not only a way to showcase the skills required to work in the local fishery, but a way to raise funds for Cancer Patient Care Fund at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. In October 2021, Elaine was posthumously inducted into the Ringette Canada's Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing all the contributions Elaine made to our community and to the sport of ringette during her lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring to your attention an incredible educational campaign undertaken by Karen Hudson, principal of Auburn Drive High School. Dubbed the number 1792 project, its hope is to effect change by looking back 230 years when at that time 1,196 black loyalists from Nova Scotia boarded 15 ships bound for Sierra Leone, Africa. At the end of the American Revolution, promises that were made to these Nova Scotians were not kept, and these black loyalists faced harsh racism and economic exploitation. And as a result, many families organized and decided to leave Nova Scotia for Sierra Leone. Ms. Hudson proposed that her students write letters to the passengers on these ships, intending to forge a connection with the 18th century black loyalists. The letters are written from today's perspective, with the aim to form a deeper understanding of the causes and conditions that led to their exodus.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will go until 2:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now over a month that Nova Scotians have been struggling with the shock at the gas pump, Mr. Speaker. When asked what his government would do, the Premier said back on March 8th that everything is on the table, Mr. Speaker. Now that nearly a month has passed, I want to ask the Premier, is everything still on the table?
The Honourable Premier.
The only thing that's not still on the table is the significant investments we made just last week in advance of the budget. We talked about we're going to look at alternatives. Last week, in advance of the budget, we put $13 million out there in support of Nova Scotians, recognizing that there's a little bit we can do to help them with the cost of living. So we'll continue. Of course, that's in addition to the $13 billion invested in Nova Scotians in our budget, but we'll continue to look at doing more. We're happy to look at anything more. If the member wants to bring something of meaning forward, we're happy to look at it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier gloats about the $13 billion of spending, which the vast majority he inherited. That's the program spending he voted against in every single budget that he now supports. But there is no doubt that that small bit of money that they put out before the budget does help some people. Less than 5% of the population got that support, Mr. Speaker. So what about the senior living at home alone? What about the single parent struggling from the gas pump, Mr. Speaker? What about a farmer? What about small businesses? By the government freezing income assistance, that means that families who are the least fortunate are facing a crunch on their purchasing power, Mr. Speaker. What can these Nova Scotians expect from the government for long-term support to deal with this gas price that's not going down anytime soon? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank the member. And just as a start, I'd point the member to want to talk specifically about seniors. I know this government, the former government, 8 years they had to talk about seniors. They didn't talk about seniors much in 8 years, Mr. Speaker. We've talked about seniors more in 8 months than I heard them talk about in 8 years. And I'll point the member to the Seniors Care Grant just as one start. But if the member, the former Premier, wants to talk about who voted for what, I'll be happy to have that discussion with him, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government actually put record spending into home care, Mr. Speaker, to support our seniors, and they need help now. Mr. Speaker, gas prices are hitting record highs, Mr. Speaker. An average family will pay $1,000 a year now more for groceries, Mr. Speaker. So despite the bombastic rhetoric we see on the other side of the House and the plan that this government tabled this week, I couldn't find any solutions for the vast majority, 90-some% of Nova Scotians who are dealing with these soaring costs. The Premier repeatedly assured us that help is there and it's on its way. But Nova Scotians surely cannot feel it in their wallets. Can the Premier explain to this House and Nova Scotians how he's going to help them deal with this cost of living crisis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I'll be happy to have the discussion if the member is really interested in a serious discussion. But if the member was interested in a serious discussion about supporting Nova Scotians, he'd be talking about some of the things in our budget that we just tabled that's before this House. There's a lot in there in support of Nova Scotians. There's a lot in there to invest in Nova Scotians. Can we do more? Of course. But we're trying to pick up the pieces after 8 years of neglect from a prior government, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of affordability, Mr. Speaker, we often hear this government talk about protecting the ratepayers of the province. But the fact is, people don't pay rates, they pay bills. And the #1 way to lower those bills is through increasing the energy efficiency of people's homes. There are no downsides, Mr. Speaker. Efficiency can be the cheapest form of fuel. It increases the comfort and value of homes, it creates jobs, and it is critical for meeting our net zero ambitions. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Does he agree that to lower bills, we must increase our ambitions on energy efficiency?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank the member for the question. Of course, energy efficiency is incredibly important. Big fan of the efficiency in Nova Scotia and the work that they do, 100%. And just to kind of complete the circle for the member, that the bills that Nova Scotians pay are based on rates. And we will protect the ratepayers of this province, which is a little different experience than Nova Scotians were used to when the NDP was in power, where power rates went up by 25% over 4 years. That won't happen on our watch, Mr. Speaker. I can guarantee you that.
The member for Dartmouth South on her first supplementary.
I thought that was tired 5 years ago, but I guess he can't think of anything else to criticize us about because, Mr. Speaker, it's true. What the Premier says is true, though. We have a proud history in this province of striving for energy efficiency. We had the first energy efficiency utility in Canada. But the Liberals capped efficiency spending. The goals for efficiency in this government's legislation are vague, and the latest Efficiency Canada report
Order,
card
please.
notes
the member for Dartmouth South has the floor.
our progress is stalled, and I'll table that. We need workforce development, coordination, and a plan for deep retrofits that create jobs and make power bills which can come down separate from rates with high energy efficiency, affordable for everyone. My question, again, is for the Premier. When will this government present a clear and ambitious plan for deep retrofits so that every house in this province can count on lower energy bills?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, and I know the member might be tired of hearing of their party's record when they were in government, but I can assure you Nova Scotians don't forget. I hear about it every day when they say to me, Premier, please don't let our bills go up like happened under the NDP. And we won't, Mr. Speaker, not having
it. Okay. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little history lesson. The NDP did raise power rates by 30%, but the PC government before that raised it by 40%. Ah! 70%. And we stabilized rates, Mr. Speaker. As Nova Scotians struggle to find change in their pocket to pay for the increased cost at the pump, Mr. Speaker, we found out in the budget that the government coffers had increased by $16.5 million for their fuel tax coming in, Mr. Speaker. That's $3 million more than the temporary support that the Premier likes to gloat about, that $13 million going out to the small percentage of Nova Scotians of less than 5%. My question to the Premier, why is the government comfortable on turning a profit on the backs of Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I don't take the member's assessment that we're making a profit on anything. I don't know if the member was kind of paying attention this week. We actually tabled a budget with a $500 million deficit. That's not profit, Mr. Speaker. That's investments we are making in Nova Scotians that far exceed the revenue that's coming in. I can tell you why, and Nova Scotians know why that investment's required, Mr. Speaker, because for 8 years those investments weren't made. We're making them, Mr. Speaker. We're picking it up and we're moving forward. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, for weeks, we've been asking for support for Nova Scotians facing all these cost pressures, especially the spike in gas recently. Several provinces have acted, Mr. Speaker, across the country, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia, Quebec, New Brunswick, Newfoundland. Maybe their premiers are more optimistic about their ability to pay, Mr. Speaker. The question is, when will he see the financial gift that this government has been given and start to help everyday Nova Scotians with the cost of living crisis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there's no financial gift involved. I think when you hear that type of statement from the member opposite, it tells me that they really don't understand how government is supposed to work, right? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on one thing on this side of the House, and that's supporting in and investing Nova Scotians, and Nova Scotians know it. Just ask them, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, as gas prices fluctuate, Nova Scotians are looking to this government for help. Over the last month, fuel prices have skyrocketed across our province and have affected everyone, including in rural Nova Scotia, where residents drive long distance to pick up groceries, pick up kids, do their daily commute. Where is this government's plan to handle the fuel spikes in our rural communities? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister responsible for the Petroleum Products Pricing Act and regulations, I can speak a little bit to the process, Mr. Speaker. It is the UARB that establishes the gas prices in this province on a weekly basis, free of political influence, Mr. Speaker, free of any industry influence. And that's based on a number of global pressures and the sad situation that's happening in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Again, I point to our government's investment last week, $13 million to get the money in the pockets of Nova Scotia that need it the most. Does that mean that we're done listening and acting, Mr. Speaker? No. We'll continue to look at the needs of Nova Scotians.
The member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, prices at the pump directly threaten the success of small business and working people in rural Nova Scotia. Does the Premier or the Minister of Service Nova Scotia agree Nova Scotians deserve relief at the pump? And if so, what is he planning to do about it? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds like maybe a little bit of a history lesson from this side of the House to that side of the House. It reminds me that apparently the party opposite want to get rid of gas regulation. Mr. Speaker, gas regulation ensures that there's a supply in our rural regions and that there's a stable pricing across Nova Scotia. Contrary to what happens in many other parts of this country where we see fluctuations in gas many times per week and per day, Mr. Speaker. Again, we will continue to listen to the needs of Nova Scotians and take their concerns very seriously.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, home care nursing professionals are given an allowance for travel through the province, but are struggling to make ends meet with the rising cost of fuel. They need the government to adjust the rate so they are not paying out of pocket to do their important job. My question to the Minister of Health and Wellness, has this government met with VON to discuss how they can better serve our nurses?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member is referring to the per kilometre rate for government workers. And I can report, Mr. Speaker, that the rate has actually been increased 10.8% starting April 1st. So it's going up to about 6 cents, from 45 cents up to 51 cents per kilometre.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Well, my question wasn't about government workers. My question was about VON nurses. So they fall under the same category? Is that? What's the question? So the question is, are VON nurses under the same funding formula, travel formula?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will confirm with the member. I will investigate that. But yes, that is my understanding that they would get the same rate.
Do they get?
The member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. Farmers markets are the heartbeat of many Nova Scotian communities. Non-profits started and held together with dedicated volunteer support. They are valuable spaces where people can support their local food producers and entrepreneurs, meet people in their community, and learn more about their food. Mr. Speaker, does the minister agree that farmers markets are important gathering spaces that build community and foster food security and entrepreneurship?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Yes.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. Order, please. There's a lot of chatter. The member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, under the law, Nova Scotia Power and the UARB treat farmers markets differently than other community entities and charge them a commercial rate for power with expensive demand charges. The government has been told that many farmers markets will not be able to continue, and I'll table that, unless the government steps in. All that's needed is a legislative amendment, adding farmers markets to the list of other groups like legions, fire departments, and community halls who, under the Public Utilities Act, are charged no more than the domestic rate. Mr. Speaker, will the minister bring legislation before the sitting is done to ensure that we do not lose any farmers markets to crushing power rates?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I guess I could just say everything is on the table, but maybe nobody wants to hear that today. But to the member's question specifically, yes, that is certainly something that we're looking at, and yeah, well, stay tuned.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, soaring gas prices are affecting every sector of our economy, making it more costly for our farmers to operate equipment and transport food to market, driving up costs to Nova Scotians and slashing farmers' profits. My question is for the Minister of Agriculture. What work is being done to support our farmers who are struggling with the cost of living crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Look, these cost of living increases, as we've said, they're not just a Nova Scotia problem, they're not a Canadian problem, they're a worldwide problem. It's not just affecting farmers, it's affecting everybody everywhere. And yes, I'm hearing these concerns when I talk to farmers, and the department has a number of programs that can help, and we want to continue to have those conversations with farmers to find out ways that we can help. Thank you.
The member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. Rising fuel costs are hurting our farmers. The price of gas is making it harder for our farmers to bring their products to market and leading to additional food costs that people can't afford amidst the cost of living crisis. Where is the Houston government's plan to make food affordable for Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the member opposite for the question. The answer is in the Nova Scotia Food and Beverage Strategy. It's a key driver in meeting our 20% local food consumption goal by 2030. We're working across many departments with many of my colleagues, from health to community services, communities, culture, tourism and heritage, education, advanced education. These are all departments that are involved in that strategy, and we're looking forward to get going.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Today my question's for the Minister of Advanced Education. Nova Scotia universities are amongst the top for tuition rates in the country, and our post-secondary students are struggling to meet their basic needs. Dalhousie's Food Bank, for example, is open twice a week and accessed by about 300 students weekly, and I'm happy to table that. Perhaps not so happy to table that. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister, what's the plan from the government to address food insecurity among university and post-secondary students?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. We do offer $1,283 student grant to every Nova Scotian student going to Nova Scotia universities to help reduce their burden. Food banks right across Nova Scotia, whether it's through our school system, whether it's through our post-secondary system or our general public, is a concern. And we continue to work with our university sector, our post-secondary sector in general, to really help them with any of the needs and stuff that they have. And I just want to make sure that you recognize that students are always at the forefront of our minds and everything that we do, and look forward to helping students in any way that we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Heavens Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the minister, appreciate the response. Costs are continuing to increase. Disappointing to see that there was nothing new in the budget by way of additions to the weekly allowance. It's frustrating to think that students can expect a status quo scenario, which makes it difficult to plan for next year. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the minister through you, does he think that it's acceptable to offer students a status quo scenario with the cost of food, cost of housing, and other costs continuing to increase?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member Opposite, for that follow-up question. We recently invested $15 million towards students. We had $9.8 million grant that went out to over 11,000 students. The Premier listened to our nursing students at DAL in the accelerated program, noticed that there was a gap. There was a gap in their assistance, and offered approximately $3,300 for each of those students to cover that gap. That's what you get, and that's what you get when you listen to students. Students step forward, nursing students step forward to help out our nursing long-term care facilities. We're given $1,000 in an honorarium for helping out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Mr. Speaker, the reality is many children rely on school to provide healthy meals. The PCs were the only party that did not commit to expanding the school meal program to include lunch. And I did not see any mention of it in their spending plan last week. My question to the Minister of Education, when will this government get on the right side of this conversation by providing more meals to our children at schools?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this important question. This is a really critical issue, and I think we are absolutely on the right side of this conversation. We have a Healthy Schools food program, and there is food provided for students in schools. We know this is vital to students' health, to their well-being, and to their learning. Our schools, our educators, our administrators are aware of this issue, and they're mindful of this issue, and if any student needs food, they get this food. But we are aware that this needs a systemic answer, and we continue to work at ways to better support our students' needs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look for, maybe at some point the minister and I can have a more expanded conversation about some of those programs, because some of them I'm not aware of. So, but what I will say is this, is that on March 8th, CBC reported on the growing number of families seeking support from local food banks. In 6 months from August 2021 to January 2022, Feed Nova Scotia saw a 50% uptake, and I will table that. Mr. Speaker, I know this, that when I was minister, we were working on implementing a full lunch program for students in schools. So the work has already started. The work may already be done. So my question to the minister, I want to know, when can Nova Scotians expect lunch to be provided in our schools?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. It is a critical issue that we're all dealing with. I would like to remind the members here that we have just made in our support package an investment of $1.2 million to Feed Nova Scotia, which will distribute out to 140 food banks, as well as $200,000 that enables any sort of food banks that are private to reach into funds. And just actually this week, I was able to help a school. So if there's a school that's struggling, please reach out, because we will do everything to make sure that they have foods there for the children. So again, reach out, please.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say we shouldn't rely on food banks. Once again, that's a shame to talk about. But, Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Our caucus strongly supports the move to a universal, affordable, publicly funded child care system. Early childhood educators are at the center of quality child care. Recruitment and retention of ECEs has been a serious issue for many years. Part of the problem has been the low wage floors set by the government. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to addressing this long-standing issue by raising ECE wages effective immediately, as they did for CCAs?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. This is a hugely important issue, and we absolutely agree that our ECEs deserve to be compensated fairly. They do incredible work. They care for our littlest, our smallest, our most vulnerable learners, and we value the work that they do. For this reason, one of the priorities in our work in the Canada-wide agreement is implementing improvements to the pay and the benefits of our ECEs, and that work is underway as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, child care providers have faced challenges created by the rushed implementation of pre-primary and by the pandemic. ECEs are frontline workers who helped restart Nova Scotia's economy and made it possible for businesses and public services to reopen. Now it is the government's turn to recognize the value, and I'm glad to hear the minister speak as they are implementing such things on their way. And I want to make sure that we recognize the value of the work ECEs do by prioritizing the compensation framework and workforce strategy. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to immediate action to provide all ECEs with access to benefits, pensions, and paid sick leave?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for raising and addressing this important question. We absolutely commit to immediate action, and we are taking immediate action right now to make sure that we have a framework in place for our ECEs to compensate them fairly, to make sure they have pay that reflects the professional and incredible work that they do, and that they have benefits in place. We are striking an engagement table, and we want ECEs at that table. We need to hear their voice. We have a survey out to operators to better understand the current compensation structure, and we commit to and are on track to have that framework in place this fall for our ECEs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cold Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. According to the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, only about 92% of the food produced is coming in to Nova Scotia. Preliminary estimates show that about 8.4% of Nova Scotia's diet is produced here. 15 years ago, it was closer to 15%, and I'll table that. This puts the food security of Nova Scotians at risk, and with the world facing international crisis after international crisis, we are vulnerable. What will this government do to increase the resiliency of Nova Scotia's food supply chains and address the cost of living crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I've seen that article before, and I know from within the department there is some question about what number we are at right now, and that's one of the things that we're trying to determine is what the metric is, what number we are in terms of locally produced food that we're consuming in the province in order to get to 20% by 2030. But the simple answer is that by putting more local food on shelves and supporting producers, supporting farmers, and getting more of that local food on the shelves that Nova Scotians will be proud to buy. Thank you.
Member for Cold Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What specific plan does this government have to prioritize not just the purchase of local food, but its production right here at home?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the member opposite. I referenced the Nova Scotia food and beverage strategy earlier. That will help with our healthy food choices. It will help support our rural sustainability, lead to more local food on shelves. But in terms of, within that plan is institutional procurement, Mr. Speaker, and that includes we're working with our hospitals, with advanced education, again with education, with community services to put more local food directly into our institutions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston.
Food insecurity is impacting the lives of more and more Nova Scotians. In fact, experts are telling us that Nova Scotia has the highest rate of food insecurity out of any Canadian province, and I'll table that. I've seen these issues firsthand. I spend most of my Friday evenings and Saturday mornings volunteering with an organization called Square Roots, with fresh produce that is free to those facing food insecurity. As rewarding as this volunteer work is, I wish that there was no need for it. And I wish that we didn't have to package and deliver hundreds of these food bundles in my community, because I wish that so many people across this province were not facing food insecurity. Mr. Speaker, is this government not seeing what the rest of us are? That families are going hungry or being forced to make less healthy decisions due to rising costs. And if they are, Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. What is the plan to address this?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'm not sure. Has anyone mentioned $13 million today? Has that been brought up? That we announced last week. My colleagues in Finance and Community Services and Service Nova Scotia have announced to help those Nova Scotians most in need with their bills. And that's not an insignificant number. 13 billion budget, yes, thank you. So look, there are ways that the things that we're doing. We've acted on them last week. We'll continue to act on them. In the $13 billion budget, we saw a number of them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Preston.
Mr. Speaker, that's a one-time support. So I'll go through again. The programs like the one I just mentioned about Square Roots is a program that doesn't just feed communities, but it actually feeds. I heard a colleague on the other side mention Square Roots actually in Dartmouth further out. So it's not just my area that this problem is consistent. So again, I'll ask the question, Mr. Speaker, if this government, even with its most recent budget, is committed to specific action to addressing food insecurity crisis in this province.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the member opposite. I'll go back to the Nova Scotia food and beverage strategy that will put more local food on shelves. But again, we have partners in my department in the sector that want to help Nova Scotians. They want to get their food to Nova Scotians, including those most vulnerable. So when we have those conversations, they're talking about 30% of their food that isn't being used at retail level. Let's get that food to people that need it most. Let's get it to food banks. Let's get it to these community programs, and let's help Nova Scotians in that way. Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker. The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people believe that the maritime provinces and Atlantic provinces, including Nova Scotia, would be stronger economically, socially, if we work together as a maritime region. Cumberland North adjoins neighbouring province of New Brunswick, and my constituents live every day with the effects of two provinces that historically have not been collaborating. The Atlantic Provinces Economic Council, APEC, have made recommendations over the years to the Atlantic Premiers Council that have not been taken, which would make us stronger. I will table the document. I'm wondering, my question to the Minister of Intergovernment Affairs, could he share if Nova Scotia legislation is considered at all through the lens of the impacts of the new legislation on the entire maritime region, including border communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank the member for the question, and of course the Atlantic Council, the Atlantic Premiers met last week, and I have to say we have a great group of Atlantic Premiers in Andrew Fury and Dennis King and Blaine Higgs, and of course Nova Scotia. We want to work together on a number of initiatives, and the spirit of collaboration between that group. I'm told from some of the federal members they've never seen it higher. So we'll work together on a number of issues to put our constituencies first, our provinces first, Nova Scotians first, Atlantic Canadians first. So we're happy to work on anything together, and we've shown we'll just do that in a short period of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the response from the minister responsible for intergovernmental affairs, and I look forward to seeing very positive changes. Just even in the recent last 3 months, our constituents of Cumberland North have seen the effects of our two provinces not working together. Our renal patients were threatened to lose dialysis within a 2-week period. Thankfully, that's been pushed. They're working on that. Our cancer patients that used to travel 40 minutes are being forced to travel 2 hours. Our highway rules are different. Emergency alerts are not working together. Illegal drug activity, our law enforcement's not working together, so there's so much that needs to be done. So my question to the minister responsible is, will he commit to strengthening our maritime region, Nova Scotia, by working more collaboratively on real issues important to the people of Cumberland North and all Nova Scotia? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs. The people of Cape Breton are fed up with the province's inaction on the fiscal imbalance between the CBRM and the HRM. Given high poverty rates and the cost of living soaring, a critical need for affordable housing and updated infrastructure, CBRM needs significant and sustained economic support. Mr. Speaker, we saw some announcements for Cape Breton in yesterday's budget, but will the Premier commit to provide stimulus funding that recognizes this long-standing imbalance?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to say I thank the member for the question and say that our municipal partners, really, CBRM, HRM, all 49 municipal units are extraordinarily important to us. And the member may be aware that past year, we doubled the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant, which CBRM received the single biggest share of, and HRM, in fact, I believe the number was 0 for HRM, as 6 or 7 other municipal units. So there is some concern about that on those who didn't receive it, but we are very committed to being a partner, a fair and equal partner with all our municipal units.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did thank my colleagues across the way for that. Mr. Speaker, all municipalities in this province have been waiting for their fair share of the cannabis tax. The federal government agreed to give the provinces more of this excise tax if municipalities were given 25% share to cover the costs associated with legalization. Those costs included policing, which are rising significantly for municipalities who must contract services from the RCMP. I will note that in opposition, the PC supported municipalities receiving this funding. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Does the province intend to make good on the commitment to give municipalities their fair share of the cannabis tax? I will table that document.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I do want to recognize the rising cost of policing, which is really being downloaded from Ottawa, I will say, and that commitment about the cannabis tax was a federal commitment, so maybe you should talk to your MP about that.
The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For many seniors, young families, small business owners, times are tough right now, Mr. Speaker. And how can they not be with the cost of groceries alone going up $1,000 for the average Nova Scotian, Mr. Speaker? And yes, global factors are impacting this. This is happening across the world, but other jurisdictions are taking drastic action while this government turns a blind eye, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living crisis is a conversation that's dominating dinner tables around this province. My question to the Premier is, when will it dominate the cabinet table?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this is something we care about very much. And that is why we didn't wait for the budget. We actually made an announcement prior to the budget that was targeted, meaningful, and quick. We used existing programs to get the money out quickly to people, Mr. Speaker, because we know that people who are on fixed incomes, people who have the lowest amount of income, they're the ones that are most affected when we see rises. Somebody who's wealthy, If the price of bread goes up, it doesn't mean a lot to them. But somebody on a fixed income, if prices of food or traveling to work goes up, that's something very serious for them. So we take it very serious, and I know we've had many, many discussions on this side of the House about it.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Speaker, perhaps if Nova Scotians got a quarter for every time this government patted themselves on the back, we actually might be getting somewhere in the province, Mr. Speaker. But alas, there was a poll published by Angus Reid on February 28th that said more than half of Atlantic Canadians are struggling to keep pace with the rising cost of living. I'll table that. The Premier may have missed this as he was planning his trip to Hollywood at the time when that came out. My question for the Premier is, how many more Nova Scotians will have to fall behind before this government acts on the cost of living crisis? Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And some of my light reading over the Liberal campaign suggested that maybe they learned their lesson on relying on polls, but maybe not, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia has the third highest food inflation rate in Canada, and I will table that. This is not an area that Nova Scotia wants to lead in. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Where is the PC plan for food inflation? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we're always monitoring things. I'll give you an example. The budget itself, the cutoff for the budget was pretty well the same day that Russia invaded Ukraine. So we're always updating our information. And as a government, we always have the option. A budget is a budget. It's an estimate of what will be spent in the coming year, and we'll aim to stick to it. But there's nothing stopping the government from doing what we did just before the budget, was make an announcement of over $13 million to support people who most need it.
The member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, that was $13 million for 1 million people. That's $13 per person. That is very little, my dear, and a one-time thing. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, in our cost of living crisis, food inflation is now outpacing wage growth by 6%. By over 6%. This is making it more difficult for families to put food on the table. My question to the Minister of Finance, how many more Nova Scotians will have to go hungry before this government does something about rising cost of food? $13 is not...
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it was a lot more than $13.
Hold on.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, it was a lot more than $13 per person because the supports were targeted to people most in need. But what I would say is the member's raising a very important issue, and it's one that we want to keep our eye on, and it's something we want to be able to, we have the power to react in the future, and we will if necessary, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices are skyrocketing. This month, they hit $1.85 a litre for gas and over $2 a litre for diesel. Yet, we have seen no solutions from this government to address runaway gas prices for your everyday Nova Scotian. With gas prices like these and no solutions to be seen from this government, I must ask, did the solutionists driving the Solution Express get lost on the way to help Nova Scotians, or could they just not afford the gas to get there?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the member is trying to inject some humor in a very serious situation. I think if you know, somebody who's buying a tank of gas today compared to a few months ago, if they're using a tank of gas a week, they're paying probably upwards of about $80 more per month, which is very significant for somebody on a fixed income. And that's why, and I think of home heating oil, 40% of Nova Scotians are heating with home heating oil. Home heating oil has, well, I just know myself because I had to buy a tank not so long ago. It was $1.93 per litre. That's $1 more than it was last year. So it's a significant matter, and it's something we continue to keep our eye on, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what's humorous is the way this government is not helping Nova Scotians every day at the pump, at the grocery store, and in other ways. $100. So the cost of gas isn't only emptying Nova Scotians' pocketbooks, it's now emptying their savings account too. And the minister is lucky. He's able to afford a full tank of gas, a full tank of oil. Many Nova Scotians are not able to do that. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, why the government is ignoring the soaring cost of gas on everyday Nova Scotians and when they can expect some relief. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that is the member's opinion. And I don't expect him on that side of the House ever to give us an ounce of credit for anything we do to help people. But, Mr. Speaker, I know everybody that sits on this side of the House cares. We are concerned about this. We have taken measures already before the budget was even tabled. And if we need to do it again, we'll do it again.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Access to midwifery has huge potential to improve the primary care outcomes of pregnant people. Midwifery clients commonly report positive feelings about their birth experiences and more confidence in the transition to new parenthood. But access to midwifery in Nova Scotia is patchy at best. This is why the Association of Nova Scotia Midwives has recommended a plan to grow the profession to 20 full-time midwives while establishing a training institution right here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, will the minister agree to invest in this expansion of midwifery services?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So, of course, as a registered nurse, I am a strong proponent of midwifery, and I have had an opportunity to meet with the Midwifery Association early on. We will continue to look at what services folks are able to provide. Certainly in my local community, there was recently a home birth that was able to happen through midwifery. It was actually in the First Nation community of Buckingham and happened outside. It was decorated in a tent. It was absolutely beautiful. So it is a very vital service, and we're interested in learning more and expanding the service if we can.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I know that the association would be happy to meet with the minister and offer more information. In fact. Research shows, Mr. Speaker, that midwifery care results in births with significantly fewer medical interventions. Midwifery care offers higher rates of vaginal birth and breast and chest feeding. But there isn't a single practicing midwife in Cape Breton, at the Cape Breton at Cape Breton Regional Hospital, which has the province's highest rate for C-sections for low-risk pregnancies. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister clearly say when will parents in Cape Breton have access to midwifery services? Thanks.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I don't have a timeline for that, but certainly I'm willing to speak with the folks that run the Nova Scotia Health Authority to see if there are any plans in the works in regards to midwifery services in Cape Breton.
The member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard resoundingly here from all members in the House in agreement that the cost of living crisis in Nova Scotia right now is hurting all Nova Scotians, but especially low-income Nova Scotians. A February poll, even though we shouldn't rely on polls, by Angus Reid shows that 40% of people making less than $25,000 are feeling left behind, and 35% feel as though they are losing pace with the rising cost of living. I will table that. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, the government made no increase into income assistance. If there was ever a time to do this, it is now, Mr. Speaker. So my question is for the Premier. Why is he letting our most vulnerable Nova Scotians fall behind during this cost of living crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question and for the members highlighting this important need here today in the House. Some of the comments opposite were suggesting some of the initiatives in the budget were one-time, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, they're not one-time. The Seniors Care Grant, up to $500 for every senior in the province. It's not taxable income, Mr. Speaker. That's not happening just this year. We intend that to continue every year. Mr. Speaker, many people will remember the rent cap that was put in place. We know there's not enough housing supply. A lot of people are suffering because of that. There is a rent cap in place to protect people from rising costs for their own housing needs. I also think about, well, I think I'm out of time, so I'll let the member ask the next question.
No, you're not. No. The honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is out of control. Inflation is 5.7%, the highest it's been in 3 decades. Food inflation is at 7.3%, and the cost of gas has increased 32% this year. Last fall, New Brunswick announced this will increase social assistance rates by the percentage change in the New Brunswick inflation. I'll table that. So my question is for the Premier. When will he take the same lead as the New Brunswick Premier and do the same thing?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think about, and my sincere hope is that the price of oil and the cost that it's contributing to in terms of gasoline, home heating oil, the price of food going up, and everything really going up. My hope is that it goes down. It was a year ago. The price of oil, even during the pandemic, people will remember you couldn't actually sell oil for anything. You actually had to pay people to take oil off your hands in the markets. So the prices fell drastically. I'm hopeful that prices will become more normalized and fall. But, Mr. Speaker, until then, I think of a couple of other things that we've done, and I think about the Nova Scotia Child Benefit. Increase in this budget for people at lowest income levels to up to $1,275 per child.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying in politics that Tory times are hard times, and I think the last 8 months have proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, cost of housing is through the roof. The cost of food is through the roof. The cost of gas is through the roof. And I think there is no doubt that Nova Scotians are worse off than they were on August 17th of last year. And so I would ask the Premier, what would he say to Nova Scotians who are falling further and further behind under this government? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there's what I would say to people out there are opportunities out there. Don't lose hope.
Yeah.
There's opportunities. We actually have many shortages of labor right now. We need to try to help people see a future.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of privilege, personal privilege. Earlier today, during statements by members, I rose to speak about Transgender Day of Visibility and a local film production that celebrates and honors the lives of trans people. During my statement, the Premier talked very loudly throughout at a level that was very distracting, and I felt I was not able to do my job, and I was obstructed from doing my job, and I found it quite disrespectful. Outside the chamber, I then approached the Premier about it, explaining to him that I wanted him to know about what I was talking about. I wanted to give him an opportunity to read the statement or to listen to it. Again, the Premier was disrespectful in dismissing dismissing my appeal, even using a hand gesture. I felt like I was being told to stick to my knitting, Mr. Speaker. And I really thought that those days were over. And it's happening again right now, Mr. Speaker. I'm on a point of privilege right now, and the Premier continues to interrupt. I'm a woman in this House, and I deserve to be able to have my voice heard the same as anyone else. Mr. Speaker, I ask for an apology from the Premier to me and through me to the transgender community of Nova Scotia.
Your point of privilege is taken under advisement, and we'll rule on it at a later date. Before we're going to take a 10-minute recess because you've noticed that the clerk is by himself today, and many of us are free to get up and do what we want to do, but that doesn't apply to the clerk. But before we do that, I want to announce that by agreement of all the House leaders, there will be no estimates today or tomorrow. Okay, so I just want to make everybody aware that that will be taking place, and the 3 House leaders and myself met earlier today, and that agreement has been reached. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll resume again at 3:02. Order, please. We'll now move into government business. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call bills for second reading?
Bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 109, the Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting a fertility and surrogacy rebate?
Bill 109, the Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting the fertility and surrogacy rebate. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, I move that Bill number 109, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Income Tax Act respecting a fertility and surrogacy rebate, be now read for a second time. Today, I am speaking in support of changes to the income tax respecting a fertility and surrogacy rebate. Our government is proud to introduce these amendments, which for the first time in our province provide support for fertility treatments and surrogacy-related medical expenses for Nova Scotians trying to have a baby. This measure also makes Nova Scotia the first province in Canada to provide this kind of support for surrogacy. We know the impact infertility can have on Nova Scotians trying to grow their family. These challenges are extraordinarily stressful, emotionally exhausting, and very expensive. The Nova Scotia Fertility and Surrogacy Rebate was introduced as part of the budget 2022-23 to provide coverage for all types of families, including many from the 2S LGBTQ community. Previously, families had no option but to pay the full cost. There is no limit on the number of treatments that an individual can claim, but maximum claim is an annual total of $20,000 and eligible costs for maximum annual rebate of $8,000. Coverage is for treatment provided by a Nova Scotia licensed medical practitioner or infertility treatment centre. In the case that the services are not offered in the province, a licensed practitioner in Nova Scotia can refer a patient elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the government on this particular part of their budget. They've already heard about all the things I didn't like, or most of the things I didn't like. But I did want to say, I think it's significant that people who want to be parents or want to be parents again will have the opportunity to have their financial burden somewhat lifted. For many, the desire to be a parent is just part of who they are at their core. And so being able to get some of that money back, because it is not an insignificant amount of money that many Nova Scotians pay to have these services. But I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't mention some caveats, questions, and concerns that we have. And I'm thinking today of the many, many people who do not have $20,000 to put up in advance, because you have to wait until you get the money back from your income tax return. So they will not be able to attend a clinic of this sort or receive this kind of treatment from a medical practitioner because it's not offered on the formulary. It's not part of MSI at this time. So for many of those people, that upfront cost is a real barrier. I would also note there is only one fertility clinic in Atlantic Canada. And that means that the wait list is 11 to 12 months just to get in the door to have your initial appointment. And I don't need to remind the House that for many women in their 30s and beyond, fertility is waning. And so every month counts. So spending a year on a wait list has consequences. There was a letter that went out from, or a response rather, from the Health Department about this particular issue in the media yesterday. And they said, we do not fund private clinics, but we do know that they do pay, they're planning to pay for private surgeries. And when some people go out of province for certain treatments, they do pay for that. Finally, I would just like to say that it is good that the government is giving families some hope, because this can be, as we heard yesterday in the media, it can be a long, expensive journey having a child if you have if you have to pay for surrogacy expenses or fertility treatments. And I would just like to note that the government also has the opportunity, in addition to giving hope to prospective parents, they can give grieving parents some comfort by passing Ruby's Law, which would recognize miscarriage and stillbirths as deaths, and therefore give family members time off to grieve. Thank you.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really happy to be able to speak to this bill today. I have a lot of friends and quite a lot of constituents, actually, who have contacted me, who are in the midst of, struggling to get pregnant or to become parents. So I would never say that any help for those folks is bad. We welcome any help for people who want children and need access to fertility treatments. However, as my colleague from Bedford has pointed out, Bedford Basin has pointed out, tax credits are good, but only if you can afford the upfront costs. And so it does leave out a significant part of the population. Certainly, when I was having my children, I would never have been able to afford fertility treatments. Didn't have any drug coverage, and just, didn't have that kind of money. And most people don't. Our caucus would prefer to see an expansion of publicly funded insurance to infertility treatments and surrogacy, including the associated drug treatments, Mr. Speaker. And that's a significant part of the process, is the drugs needed to be taken in advance of the treatments. So I know that there's going to be a lot of happy people in this province because of this bill, including a good friend of mine who is thrilled to hear about it. But I look forward to hearing from stakeholders and hopefully residents, individuals at law amendments, to hear some of the stories of the struggles and to see how we could improve the bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief in my comments, but I just think it's important that I stand on my feet just to recognize some of the advocates that were part of these conversations to get to this point where this is presented at the legislature. And Carolyn Dubé, who's the Executive Director of Fertilities Matters Canada. I think it's important that we recognize her and we recognize all of the advocates who have been advocating for this for years to get to this point. This is really, to me, one of the real highlights of this budget for families who are trying to grow. And so I just wanted to take this moment given this opportunity to recognize Carolyn for her advocacy and the advocacy of Fertilities Matters Canada, all of her staff, and some of my friends at Cape Breton who've been on this journey and spent a significant amount of money along the journey, and now this provides them with some hope. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to stand up just for a few moments and thank the government for this one. We were often critical of them on lots of things, but this is truly a good thing. I think about during the past election, I spent some time with a young family who are friends of ours, and this was a struggle that they've had. It's a very personal struggle, obviously, and when the money, the dollar sign is put in front of them, for some people it's insurmountable. And to be quite honest with you, it really was something that I kind of hope and prayed that this government would pass right away. So I'm actually glad that they did. I will say that I hope that nothing's perfect, but this is darn good. And we just want to make sure that, I I represent a lot of people in the community that do not have the type of money for this. And I hope that the government continues to look into ways to help those individuals that don't have the tens of thousands of dollars that it's going to cost. to do this, and I know they're very, and I'm not saying this facetiously, I know they like to say they're very compassionate, and I believe that you are. And so I just hope that for this particular program, we think of those that can't afford it. But in the end, this is a great first step. And to the Premier and to the Minister of Health, thank you for a lot of people in my community that are going to take advantage of this. So.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say a few remarks as well. Mr. Speaker, I feel sad when I think of couples who are struggling trying to have a child, and I know there are many couples who have not survived the pressure associated with that, or many who have not been the same as a result of it. And that is why I hope this message brought here today is one of hope for those who may have lost it. I also think about children who have been lost in pregnancy and infancy. They are not lost, Mr. Speaker. I believe there is a spiritual realm. My hope depends on it. No matter our differences here, I believe we truly care for each other there, and they are just there ahead of us. When I first learned our twins were on the way, I envisioned a light exploding, and then another. And I thought of my late father, and I immediately felt his joy in that moment. Who knows? Maybe our consciences just inform us of things we want to believe, or maybe there is more to our existence than what we think we may understand. Should it come as a surprise that when I was sitting outside the operating room waiting for our son Lachlan to be born, I had a small yet significant experience. I was saying a little prayer, and I asked, what should I be thinking of? Moments later, I received a text message. Lucy's stepfather, Bill, explained to me that my father's name was mentioned randomly in an article on the cover of the Herald that morning. And I thought in that moment, perhaps he was sending me a little sign that he was with me in spirit. Today I want to speak about how the financial support offered in this rebate can help people who choose restorative reproductive medicine. It is a lesser-known form of licensed medical assistance that empowers women and men to understand and cooperatively manage their own fertility. It gives them the tools and education to track biomarkers of the woman's fertility cycle, which informs medical care to restore the health of the reproductive system. Instead of bypassing an underlying problem, restorative reproductive medicine identifies what is not working and fixes it. Pregnancy can then occur naturally in the body. Having a child depends, of course, just as much on the health of man's reproductive system. Improvements in sperm quality or counts can be achieved through healthier lifestyle choices or medical and surgical treatments. The entire range of reproductive health is addressed, things like infertility, miscarriage, premature birth, ovarian cysts, irregular cycles, and other matters. Does it work? Restorative reproductive medicine success rates are similar to other procedures in published literature. Are there side effects? Usually positive ones. All health issues are addressed, which improves outcomes for people, and less invasive medical treatment is needed, which reduces risks for the patient. How much does it cost? It is going to cost a lot less with the passage of this legislation. From speaking with licensed medical practitioners who offer this care, the cost can vary. But at an average cost of $6,000 over the course of 1 year, less a 40% rebate with passage of this bill, it becomes $3,600, which is significantly more affordable, Mr. Speaker, than other options out there. I will close with this, may we wish everyone waiting to start a family well with the hope offered today with this legislation.
The member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, and like my colleagues, I'm happy to rise today to recognize this initiative. Certainly, this issue, the desire to start families, is not one that's limited to couples or to heterosexual couples, but to individuals, couples, and families. And certainly is one that I heard about during the campaign on the doorstep, and I hear about from constituents. So being able to access fertility support in Nova Scotia. And like other colleagues have mentioned, Just a few concerns around the reliance on tax credits to ensure this access. So this is one part for those who can afford it and can afford the initial investment, but we'd also like to see the expansion of publicly funded insurance to infertility treatments and surrogacy. And like my colleagues from Dartmouth North said, the associated drug treatments. And I'm also curious in terms of other investments that can be made. As you know, as I work in health policy and look at gender affirming care, I know that in fact there are other issues that enable access. So one very easy one is, do people see themselves in the government policy? Do they understand when they hear the words of their leaders? Do they understand their communities and their families are included? And I would argue that we could do quite a bit of work in that. I know that the Department of Health and Wellness has a diversity, equity, and inclusion group, and I'm wondering, has that group been engaged to look at issues? What sort of analysis has been done about who is impacted, who is left out by this initiative, and what can be done to make it more inclusive? And then also to consider, again, if we want to make sure that the services that we want to make easier for Nova Scotians to access are truly accessible, then thinking about how do we support increased cultural competency amongst service providers. So what sort of training, what sort of ongoing medical education is necessary so that medical professionals are able to provide this in a way that welcomes all types of diversity into their treatment. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the minister, is to close debate on Bill 109.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my chamber colleagues and members opposite for the thoughtful remarks. Infertility and its treatment can affect all aspects of people's lives and can be a source of stress and difficulty for many. We believe this public support for reproductive health can alleviate some of the pressures faced by individuals and families dealing with infertility, and it's my pleasure to speak to this important initiative. Mr. Speaker, I rise to close debate on an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Income Tax Act respecting a fertility and surrogacy rebate. Thank you.
The motion is for second reading of Bill 109, the Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting the fertility and surrogacy rebate. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 109, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting a fertility and surrogacy rebate.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills?
Private and local bills.
Would you please call Bill number 112, Holy Heart Seminary Dissolution Act?
Bill number 112, Holy Heart Seminary Dissolution Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Ergon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 112, the Holy Heart Seminary Dissolution Act, be read for a second time. Mr. Speaker, after having been expelled from France, arriving in Canada in 1890 and founding Nova Scotia's first Francophone college, Collège Saint-Anne, now known as Université Saint-Anne, proud alma mater for myself, the UDIS, a congregation of priests, endeavored to establish the Maritime Province's first major seminary. Built in 1894 and opened in 1895, the Halifax-based Holy Heart Seminary was officially incorporated on April 19, 1906, and its charter was amended in 1907. Mr. Speaker, in the winter of 1970, faced with a steadily declining number of seminarians, financial pressures, and a general uncertainty around the future of training priests, it was announced that the Holy Heart Seminary would close permanently. The seminary was subsequently sold and demolished in December of 1971. Mr. Speaker, since the Holy Heart Seminary has been inactive for more than 50 years, owns no property or assets, and has no debts, liabilities, or further obligations, the congregational authorities that owned and operated Holy Heart wish to officially dissolve the seminary by repealing its Incorporation Act and Charter Amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the member, it's to close debate on Bill number 112.
Mr. Speaker, I so move to close debate on Bill 112.
The motion is for second reading of Bill 112, the Holy Heart Seminary Dissolution Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 112, an act to dissolve the Holy Heart Seminary.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Private and Local Bills. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll have a short recess while the committee sets up.
So I'll just say order. Call to order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 96, Dismantling Racism and Hate Act?
Bill number 96, the Dismantling Racism. It's okay. An Act to Dismantle Racism and Hate Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill number 96 was referred to the House by the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
So for the benefit of this committee, I want to For the benefit of this committee, I want to explain that as we consider this bill and any other bill that may be called at this meeting, we'll be considering the bill in the form of containing the amendments already made by the Committee on the Law Amendments. If I'm asking this committee if a clause carries as amended, I will be referring to the amendments that will have been moved during our debate in this committee. Is that agreed? Agreed. If any honourable member wishes to propose a change to any of the amendments made by the Committee on Law Amendments, the proper procedure is now to move a new amendment during debate on the clause as we come to it in our debate here on the clauses of the bill. So, yeah. So, okay. So we'll call to order. Call to order. So shall, oh. Okay. So the pages have distributed the shade sheets, and so we'll now go through. So shall clause 1 to 4 carry?
Carry.
Shall clause 5 carry? Oh, sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw the members' attention to change 3 NDP 1, and I'd like to propose the following changes. On page 3, add the following paragraphs after paragraph 5D. The government is committed to implementing or is that number 1, sorry, 1, the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada as set out in the Commission's final report, honoring the truth, reconciling for the future, and 2, the recommendations of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls as set out in the inquiry's final report, Reclaiming Power and Place. F, the government recognizes that Black Canadians have issued calls for reparations for slavery and systemic anti-Black racism. Also on page 3, paragraphs 5, E and F, re-letter as G and H. Page 4, subparagraph 8, 2B, 4, delete and substitute the following. 4, to enhance occupational health and safety in the province by A, ensuring psychological safety within workplaces, B, eliminating systemic hate, inequity, and racism from workplaces, and C, ensuring that psychological harassment and racist behavior are considered workplace violence, and. Page 5, add the following subclause. After subclause 11, number 2, the minister shall, A, collect demographic data and information in accordance with the data standards referred to in subsection 1 to identify, monitor, and address systemic hate, inequity, and racism. And B, report annually on the demographic data and information collected under clause A. Page 5. Add the following clause after clause 11. 12, 1. The minister, in collaboration with the Minister of Health and Wellness, shall create a gender-affirming healthcare advisory committee by July 31st, 2023. 2, the gender-affirming healthcare advisory committee is composed of members appointed by the minister. 3, the minister shall ensure that the gender-affirming healthcare advisory committee includes A, members of the two-spirit, transgender, non-binary, intersex, and gender-diverse communities, B, healthcare providers with demonstrated experience working with members of the two-spirit, transgender, non-binary, intersex, and gender-diverse communities, and C, other members who the minister believes will make useful contributions to the gender-affirming healthcare advisory committee's work. Page 5, clauses 12 to 15, renumber as 13 to 16. So I would like to speak to the change sheet that was just put in front of everyone. And like I said, I'm pleased to be here to speak about this piece of legislation. Our caucus has been pleased to work with other parties to bring this forward. And as I said before, this has been a difficult process. So, I mean, what I'm about to say may make a few of y'all a bit uncomfortable, but you need to sit in it and understand my purpose for saying it. Racism and hate exists. It will be a lovely day when people like myself can go to places of work and not experience racism and hate in many forms. Even as an MLA, I feel this every single day. What a wonderful feeling it will be when I can truly feel like we have tackled this systemic oppression handed down by the system that was never designed for us. As African Nova Scotians, Indigenous peoples, peoples with disability, all of those who came to those consultations without we weren't included with any of that input on the creation of laws and policies. So here is our opportunity to start that work with the intro of this particular bill. So my suggestions for it to be amended are as follows. Throughout this process, our caucus put forward a number of suggestions that we heard from the community, and some of them were included, like collecting race-based data and the requirement for public bodies to create action plans to address discrimination and racism. Most of our recommendations were not included. In January, we wrote to the All-Party Committee and clearly explained that the position of our caucus is that the following elements must be included in the government's equity and anti-racism legislation. And if we had a legislative committee, you could have watched it or read it, but I'm going to give you a little taste of what was said. However, to the All-Party Committee, our caucus has had a number of concerns related to this process that has unfolded since the government invited our participation in this committee. We've attempted to have some of these concerns resolved through this piece, but now we feel that we need to directly raise them within this committee. From our time listening to people across the province, we know that there are community-based proposals that could be legislated with immediate positive impact for equity-seeking and racialized communities. These proposals should be incorporated into any proposed legislation rather than asking communities to wait for eventual regulations or a strategy. Hence why, when I say we listen to communities, we also listen to those pieces that are given to us through our constituencies. And one of those pieces in particular is a particular concern that the WCB Nova Scotia is operating from a very archaic and unevolved legislation from a period of Nova Scotia history at a time when black segregation was legislated in Nova Scotia. In the absence of intentional collusion and condoning of such continuation of these discriminatory practices and the harms that have ensued for my constituent in particular. These must be addressed within and beyond caucus. A constituent had to tell us this, that they understand that despite Nova Scotia having the oldest, largest black community in our nation, as well as every other province in Canada, acknowledging and addressing these same issues across workers' compensation boards, that these systemic barriers persist in Nova Scotia with no agenda indications in the legislature to indicate otherwise and therefore continue to cause harm in our province. So, like I said, we put forward a number of suggestions that we heard from the community, and we listened to law amendments and we heard what they had to say. And so I wanted to make sure that we presented this information forward so that people were understanding of why we brought these amendments forward. Thank you.
So I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As my colleague from Halifax Needham has said, we were both very pleased to be working on these issues and bringing forward concerns of communities that have been said and studied and advocated for time and time and time again. And so while it was we were happy to be working on them and happy to bring them forward, we also really want to recognize that we're standing on the shoulders of so many, and it's far past time for change. I'd like to provide a little bit of background around the clause around establishing a gender-affirming care committee, and I am especially pleased to be doing so on Trans Day of Visibility. So I would like to start by reminding members of where we are now. What's the context? To us LGBTQ plus people in Nova Scotia continue to face barriers and long waits to accessing knowledgeable and appropriate health care, including physical and mental health support for people who are transitioning. And timely care is critical. As many as 45% of trans people attempt suicide at some point. With tens of thousands of people on the wait list for a family doctor, access for trans and non-binary patients can be very challenging, beginning with the need to find a family physician and then facing long wait times for surgeries and procedures. And I think it's also really important to sort of consider putting ourselves in the place of folks who don't have a family doctor, don't have a healthcare provider with whom they have a relationship of trust, and trying to picture having this conversation, say, over an iPad, or with someone new who's booked you in for 10 or 15 minutes. I think any of us have had the experience of walking into a doctor's office and having a really vulnerable health issue that you have to talk about. So it's complex, You might not understand it all. It's a long-term issue. It might have been related to trauma, and you want to place it also in context of your whole life. Though that's a really difficult thing to do. So put that on top of, for community members who want to go in and talk about trans health care and gender affirming care, that in fact they know because we know how long it takes. First of all, they know they're in for a long wait. They know that they're not necessarily coming face to face with a provider who knows what and knows what they're talking about and feels confident in providing care. Mm-hmm. And that's not to suggest that people who don't know how to provide care, who haven't worked with trans folks, are malicious in any way. But really, there is a lack of training and medical school curriculum and other allied health professionals. There's a lack of continuing medical education, and so this is the situation. You're walking in, and you've got 15 minutes to talk about what you need. So people are waiting. On top of that, many gender-affirming surgeries are not offered in Nova Scotia, and so folks know that they're required to travel to Montreal usually to seek care. The sexual health centers across the province are overwhelmed and underfunded. They're stretched to capacity, and they literally have thousands of Nova Scotians that they are supporting through gender-affirming care. As well, Nova Scotia Health does have the Pride Health team. Actually, the team is currently a 0.8 FTE who has to cover the whole province. So thousands of Nova Scotians who are waiting, and we have a 0.8 person who is highly competent and who has developed training and tries to sort of replicate themselves in various ways across the province. But obviously those resources are quite limited. And as far as I'm aware, new positions haven't been brought forward. The previous Liberal government referred to a continuous review process to determine what surgeries and procedures were covered by MSI. In many cases, the approach required people to challenge policies under human rights legislation. It is not clear that transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, intersex, and gender-diverse people were involved in the continuous review process. And I will say that we all hear from our constituents, and I hear from some of your constituents who perhaps see a safe space in my office about their concerns, about their long waits, about their need for gender-affirming care and how long they've waited. And some of the timelines that we know are happening out there. So referrals for hormone readiness letters through Nova Scotia Health, mental health, can take 6 to 18 months. So this is actually like after you get in, right? Like you get in, you probably have your first appointment, maybe you schedule a second appointment, and then you wait. Referrals for surgical readiness letters, again, 6 to 18 months. MSI approval for surgery, 4 to 6 weeks. And referrals to Montreal for surgery, 6 to 18 months. And only some procedures are covered. So we're quite far behind in what we consider gender-affirming care. Some of the things that aren't covered include facial feminization, liposuction, and voice pitch surgery. So decisions about what to cover are made at the policy level of the Department of Health and Wellness. So first of all, folks have to go get a couple of referral letters, and then the department has to agree, and then you can start to see a path forward to the care that you're seeking. And I think that we would also agree that when you're in that vulnerable position and you're seeking health care, that you are the best person in conjunction with a trusted healthcare provider to make decisions about your healthcare. You should have that autonomy, and it shouldn't be up to others to judge whether something is necessary or not. And it certainly shouldn't be left up to folks who aren't medical professionals. And so one of the things that we would like to see is the creation of a gender-affirming care advisory committee. Because first of all, it's actually pretty easy to assure gender-affirming care in this province. The government could do it tomorrow by amending the MSI codes. So it's there. There is no question. This is not actually that hard to do. But based on our experience of where, in fact, we haven't kept pace, we don't have enough capacity, we don't have trained professionals to provide that care, we also want to look at a gender-affirming advisory committee to the minister to ensure that actually, once we catch up, which I'm hoping we're going to catch up in the year 2022, once we catch up, that we stay caught up. So we want to establish a ministerial advisory committee that is composed of a majority of trans, two-spirit, non-binary, intersex, and gender diverse folks, along with the medical experts, the few that we have here in Nova Scotia in transgender health, and also to connect all of that to the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. So that is an international organization that promotes the highest standards of healthcare through the articulation of standards of care. And they're based on the best available science and expert professional consensus. And these standards of care are updated. So jurisdictions like the Yukon actually have it built in that they will update and review the standards of care. As the standards of care come out, they review what they're doing and make sure they're keeping pace, which I think is really important. So this committee that would be made up of people with lived experience, professional experience, research backgrounds, that would be invested in the care of our community, because when you're not updating these folks, we don't feel like anybody over there is invested in the health of our communities. So people who are invested in the community and can connect with the community, who can come together and advise the minister on what's needed for gender-affirming care in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak just very briefly in response to the amendments proposed by the NDP. To say that appreciate them bringing them forward. They're comprehensive. They do have a place. We just don't believe that the place is in this legislation. We believe that the strategy that is clearly outlined in the legislation is the place for these clauses to live. By including these amendments in the legislation, we date the legislation, we narrow the focus of the legislation, and that's not what the communities that we spoke to during the consultation process were looking for. So for those brief reasons, we're not going to be supporting this amendment, but appreciate you bringing it forward. And through the chair to the members opposite, there's a place for these in the strategy, and we hope that they get included in that. So thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much. Pipe down. I would respectfully disagree with my colleague across the way. I believe if we were to pass, Madam Chair, these amendments, it really makes a more inclusive bill, a more robust bill, and a bill that sees many people who don't often see themselves reflected, and not only just themselves, but their needs, Madam Chair. I would agree that it is the opposite of narrow, Madam Chair. And so, to the leader of the NDP, I would like to speak on the topic of occupational health and safety, which is part of these amendments that we are trying to move. On a number of occasions, our caucus has introduced legislation to add bullying and psychological harassment to the Occupational Health and Safety Act to provide people with better protections in the workplace. The Labour Code of Canada protects employees who fall within the federal jurisdiction from any, and I quote, any action, conduct, or comment, including of a sexual nature, that can reasonably be expected to cause offense, humiliation, or other physical or psychological injury or illness to an employee. British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut have similar legislation. And Newfoundland and Labrador and PEI have announced their own versions. Nova Scotia is the only province that does not include psychological harassment under the OH&S rules. And it shows. It shows, Madam Chair, that we do not have these protections, because I hear day in, day out, week after week, month after month, of harassment and bullying in the workplace. I hear of workers who love their job, but go to work every day and are harassed by their employer every single day, whether it's an hour before their schedule, they're supposed to be on the schedule. Guess what? That night before, secretly, a manager has changed the schedule, making workers, that drive, as part of their job, where they do transport, all of a sudden have no breaks in between their pickups and drop-offs. This is an everyday thing, Madam Chair. And I have heard from individuals who have been discriminated against in the workplace, Madam Chair, where in gross magnitudes, where the harm was severe, the racism was severe. And Madam Chair, I will say this, it happens in our own government departments. I've heard of this happening in our own government departments, where people have been harassed, there has been racism, there has been sexism, Madam Chair, and it shows. And so I'm going to quote from the same email that I received, as well that my colleague from Halifax Needham talked about. And the quote says, "I have been discriminated against via the Provincial Workers' Compensation Board with respect to legislation and policies that act as barriers accessing culturally competent and racially relevant access to therapeutic support as a client. I've endured a gross magnitude of harm and hardship due to the necessary relationship with WCB pertaining to this required need, as well as Nova Scotia's OH&S Act must be audited and amended to be inclusive to psychological injury as a result of racial harm in Nova Scotia workplaces," end quote. Madam Chair, this is coming from an individual who experienced and went off of work due to psychological harm, due to the racist treatment that they had to endure, that was being forced upon them, Madam Speaker. And so when I say that it shows that we don't have anything on the books with regards to psychological harm, if we were to put this into the legislation, there is something that says in Nova Scotia, we do not accept psychological harassment and racism in the workplace, Madam Chair. No one should have to worry that they will lose their job because they experience bullying, racism, or harassment at work. Racist and discriminatory behavior should be understood as violence in the workplace. I hope these amendments, but my hope is being diminished by my colleagues across the way who do not seem to think that these amendments fit. I was going to say fit the bill. But I guess they don't think it seems to fit this bill. But this bill is entitled Dismantling Racism and Hate Act. What a better way to dismantle racism and hate, but to take what our caucus is putting forward, specifically what my colleague from Halifax, Needham, has put forward as a way of dismantling racism and hate. So again, I hope maybe these my colleagues across the way will change their minds, because changing minds is always a great thing, and will support these amendments. And with that, Madam Chair, I will take my seat.
Shall the proposed amendments to Clause 5 carry? Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Oh. Shall Clauses 6 to 12 carry? Shall Clause 13 carry? Oh. Actually, yeah, I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to propose the following change, which you'll find on NDP 2. So on page 5, add the following clause after clause 13, 14. Upon the coming into force of this act, the House of Assembly shall establish a standing committee on equity and anti-racism. Oh, page 5, clauses 14 and 15 renumber as 15 and 16. Yeah. So I'd like to speak to this proposed amendment. One of the challenges that our caucus raised throughout this process is that the government chose to use an informal process to convene an all-party committee. We certainly appreciate the efforts of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism staff in supporting the work. We, our caucus and our party, have been advocating and we've been fighting for an anti-racist agenda for many years and for equity issues for many years. And we are of course, eager participants in this work. However, with the committee process that was neither transparent nor accessible to the public, I think we have a lot to learn from that, and I think we need to start now doing this work much better than we did. So I am going to geek out just a little bit more and bring out my inner policy wonk to think about what having a legislative committee would mean. So I talk a lot about, well, I think we all do, talk a lot about accountability and transparency. And of course, that's so important. And I will tell you that when we sat in that committee and we had amazing conversations about what this province needed and how the government could respond, and it wasn't recorded, it actually was very concerning to me, especially knowing that all of these conversations, perhaps not this one, but most of our conversations are in fact recorded and available for the public to review and are available for us to review so that we can fully participate in debates like this. I am saddened, actually, that most members in this House weren't part of those discussions at that committee, because they were really important discussions, and we can't go back and read it. And I think because, I would like to think that all of our committees are considering issues that make a demonstrable difference in the lives of Nova Scotians. I think if we're talking about dismantling hate and racism, it's clear that these are needed and important changes. And I think if we're discussing them, we need to, so the strategy is one piece, but let's establish an accountability in this House to consider these issues. We need to honor the legacy and current commitment, the legacy of folks who have fought and the current commitment of people who are still fighting for justice. If we had records of our discussions, these Nova Scotians could know where we had managed to represent them well, or perhaps where we fell short, and they could be engaged in this process too. So I think it's really important, if we truly value these issues, if we're truly engaged and to make a change, then we need to elevate these issues to the status that they deserve. They need an ongoing legislative committee for their review. We're not going to get anywhere on the ambitious plan that the government assures us they have if we don't overcome our shared legacy of colonization, racism, hate, and other forms of oppression. Folks in this fight have been contributing to making this province better for a long time, and it's time we join that fight.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to add that while the member opposite is correct, we don't have Hansard records of the committee. What we do have are documented of 71 pieces of engagement that were done by the department. We have over 1,200 Nova Scotians who were consulted. We have 744 people who consulted the website. We have 3,200 people who reached during Facebook posts, so there was an extensive amount of consultation. The strategy part of this legislation will require reporting, will require follow-up, so we're not going to support the notion of a standing committee, but we encourage folks to be involved in the strategy aspect. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this, and I just want to see, I don't like talking off the cuff, right? Because when I do, I start saying some things that may not be so nice to people. But I will say this, because this isn't new. And the member across from me can attest to this, because in our second meeting at that particular, in our all-party committee, I said I was going to bring amendments forward. No one ever asked me what they were, so I presented it to you, to the whole committee, about what the amendments were. There was no discussion about that. No one said anything to me about it. Consultation was done. Absolutely. 100%. Lots of people were engaged. And I'm really, really glad that I get to stand up here and speak to that, because, you know, all day today I've heard, you know, listening to Nova Scotians. We're listening to Nova Scotians, and we're hearing them, and we're meeting them where they are, and we're talking to them, and we're really involved in what they're saying, and we want to make Nova Scotia better. Okay, well, since I've heard that, like I said, I was bringing amendments forward. And communities have spoken. And I can tell you specifically, and I know you remember this as well, the member from across the way, that the specific thing that was said by communities was this: they do not want their voices hidden in strategy. It must be legislated. So you can look it up. It's on the website. It's within the notes and all of the other pieces that were in there. And that's what communities said. That's what they said. And when we continue to dismiss and diminish what communities' input is about, they lose faith in what our government is supposed to be saying for them. I refuse to stand up here and act like I'm not listening, because I will say everything that a community member has said to me. I will bring it forward, and I will wait to hear your response, because I'm going to tell you right now, thank you all across the way for showing me what your thoughts are on this dismantling hate and racism bill when I said I was going to bring amendments forward directly related to what community and consultation was put forward. So thank you for dismissing that, but I could not stand up and tell you, because I want to make sure everyone knows that this is what community has said. We need to listen and we need to react, because this is a serious piece of legislation. Serious, groundbreaking, monumental, precedented. And if we're going to do this, we got to do it right. We can't be half about it. We have to do it right and make sure that our province knows that we are for them. We want to make sure that they're protected. We want to make sure that they're safe. Every single member in Nova Scotia deserves to be heard. So I'm just going to say that, because I think at this point, we need to understand why amendments are being put forward. Not because we think, you know, we need to insert things. It's because community and people have said this is what they want. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
So the member for Halifax Needham is a tough act to follow, and she's not half about anything, as I think everybody now knows. But I do want to say this. The reason that we moved this amendment separately was because it seemed like such a simple amendment, and one that we genuinely felt that there could be unanimity on in this House. This government came in under a great deal of discussion around their commitment to equity. Subsequently, they have taken some action on that. And one of the actions that this government has taken was to strike this committee and to put forward this legislation. And we recognize that, and we recognize that by being a part of those conversations. But I don't think anyone believes that this is the fix. It might, it's a start, it's a first step, it's a big step, but it's a first step. And so if this government does in fact take issues of dismantling racism and hate seriously, why would we not have a standing committee? We have a standing committee on Veterans Affairs, and we don't even have legislative jurisdiction over Veterans Affairs. A standing committee is an opportunity for MLAs in this chamber to learn. We hear about that consultation was done. Well, yes, that's great that consultation was done. Consultation wasn't done on this act. No one in that consultation saw this piece of legislation, nor did they see a draft of this legislation. They were asked about what they thought about dismantling racism and ending hate, and that information was really valuable, no doubt. But that's not static information. That's not a one and done kind of a situation. This is an ongoing conversation, and this is an ongoing conversation, I might say, in the context of rising divisiveness and hate and racism all around us, in the political discourse, in the public discourse. It's not going away. So I am glad to see this legislation come forward. We support this legislation, but this simple amendment asks that this is not the only thing that government does. We are asking to start an ongoing conversation, an ongoing consultation on this important issue, which engages every single one of us. And so with those few words and with tons of respect for my colleagues who have spoken before me, I take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wasn't going to stand up because I feel that my colleagues from Halifax Needham and Dartmouth South really got the essence of what is occurring here. But I felt the need to stand up to reiterate one thing. This act was supposed to be one step. One step. It was not the end, it was the journey, Madam Chair. And when you're on a journey, you have to continue to learn and you have to continue to listen. You can't just say consultation was had and that's it. Consultation needs to be continuous on a bill like this. It is too important not to be. And so this is one step in the journey, and we need to keep that journey going. It took hundreds of years to get to this point. It's going to take it could take years and years more to get to where we really need to be. But the only way to really get there, to really get to equity and equality, is to continue to learn and to continue to listen. And by establishing a standing committee on equity and anti-racism, we can get there. We can get there as Nova Scotians faster, because we'll be working on it every day. We'll be working on it in a standing committee every month, having very, very uncomfortable conversations that my colleague from Halifax Needham said we must sit in, and I agree with her. Because we have to sit in those uncomfortable, in that uncomfortableness and be uncomfortable. Because that is the only way we are going to get to a place where we have equity and where the dismantling of hate and racism is truly, what's the word? Realized, Madam Chair. So again, I ask my colleagues across the way, I implore them, to really think about this, of what a standing committee on equity and anti-racism could mean. It means we are continuing the journey. And I implore them to continue to listen to Nova Scotians and do this work with Nova Scotians and with the whole House. And with that, I take my seat. Thank you.
Shall the proposed amendments to Clause 13, oh, okay. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, ring the bell.
Ring the bells. Okay, ring the bells.
No, until the whips are satisfied.
Oh, okay. Whips are satisfied?
No,
Oh, can I, I'll order to ring the bells? Is that? So do we?
No, I'm not satisfied. I need to talk to the chair.
Okay. Okay.
The bells are ringing.
Are the bells ringing?
Should I have someone go? No.
Are the bells ringing?
Yeah.
Okay, so is this?
Really faint.
Why is this? Okay, call to order. Order. Okay, so we are on amendments to Clause 13 of Bill 96, and there has been a request for a recorded vote. Before we proceed with the recorded vote, I'll just remind all members to remain silent while the clerk records your vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton. Kim Masland.
No.
Tim Houston.
No.
Alan McMaster.
No.
Carla McFarland.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John White.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Derek Momberket.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Rafa DiConstanzo.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Zach Churchill.
Nay.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Okay. Okay. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Nays 40, yeas 7. The motion is defeated.
So shall the amendments to Clause 13 carry? No. Shall Clause 13 carry? No. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Interesting. Page 5, add the following clause after clause 13. Oh, sorry, change sheet NDP 3. You said 14, right? 14.1. Upon the coming into force of this act, police officers in the province are prohibited from collecting, releasing, or retaining identifying information about an individual who has not been arrested or charged with an offense. Number 2, In furtherance of the duty to serve and protect, police officers shall interact with and rely on members of the public to provide investigative and intelligence information, provided the interaction is consensual on the part of the member of the public. Number 3, for greater certainty, subsections 1 and 2 do not apply to individuals driving motor vehicles detained at random checkpoints designated for every passing motor vehicle. Number 4, a police officer may, for the use of the police officer, make a record of interactions with members of the police. Page 5, clauses 14 and 15, renumber as 15 and 16. Excuse me. So I'm going to speak to these changes that we put forward. The Wortley report confirmed that Black communities have been telling us the Wortley report confirmed what Black communities have been telling us since what feels like the beginning of time. Black people in Halifax are stopped by police 6 times more often than white people. Thank you. And the independent legal opinion commissioned by the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission confirmed street checks are illegal. In the mandate letter for the Minister of Justice, Premier Houston outlined his commitment to ending street checks in Nova Scotia and the full implementation of the Wortley report. But to this day, a loophole created by the previous Liberal government remains, allowing police to stop people on the street for so-called suspicious activity. African Nova Scotians are still being subjected to racist and illegal street checks in Nova Scotia. Here is another opportunity for the government to fix this, and we hope that all members will support our amendment to end street checks in Nova Scotia. So once again, I said I wasn't gonna, I like to read what I have in front of me because, you know, it keeps me on track, right? But today, I'm feeling like this act is ridiculous. Because I'm feeling that right now in this house. No one can diminish that. No one in here can actually understand what that feels like. And I really thought that I would have some support. I'm grateful for my caucus. I'm really appreciative for my independent. But I will tell you this. I will continue to push forward with amendments. I will continue to speak for my community and constituents. And I will not stop talking about how important we need to start thinking about dismantling the system, because it not only just reflects in this act, it reflects in every department, every piece of legislation that we have put forward here. If we can't recognize it in an act dismantling racism and hate, how are we going to recognize it in other pieces of legislation? So I just have to say this because I'm very disappointed right now in this particular piece that we put forward that is consistently being nayed. Oh, I just can't, I have no words for this. I just will say that I truly see the colors of a number of people in this room, and I'm thankful that I've seen it now so I can actually express myself for it later. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say a couple of words, and that is that, you know, the Wortley report and the Black community of Nova Scotia has been very clear for many, many years about the issue of street checks and the devastating impact on the community. And it should not be up to the Black community and the Black members of this legislature to do the heavy lifting on this. This is a white person's problem. And it is most of the people that are in this room that should be stepping up and standing up and fixing this loophole and making sure that street checks are stopped in this province in a real way, in a substantial way, and that the healing in the Black community can start. Because it cannot start until this is fixed. And so this is an opportunity right here to fix this. And I implore every person to vote with their conscience on this, Madam Chair. It's a matter of conscience. And we will be calling for a recorded vote, just so there's no surprise. And I encourage everyone in this room to take the time that they need to figure out how they're going to vote for this. Thank you.
recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleague's point, this is a white person problem. And so I want to say that I have been the justice critic for 5 years, and in 5 years, a lot has changed. I spent the first 2 years being told repeatedly by the then Minister of Justice, over and over and over again, former member of the RCMP in good standing, that street checks were a valuable policing tool. And day after day, I got up in question period and I questioned him, and I tried to bring to the floor of this legislature the views of the community that was not properly represented here. We had our colleague, Minister Ince, Minister Ince, but otherwise, sorry, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, but otherwise, you know, we had and still have, but had a significant lack of representation in this chamber. And day after day, we were told that street checks were a valuable policing tool. And then the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission got involved, and they commissioned Professor Wortley, and Professor Wortley said, no, they're not, they're racist. And then we said, Professor Wortley says these are racist. And what did the then Minister of Justice said? He said, no, actually, street checks are a valuable policing tool. And so then we had the intervention of a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. And what did he say? He said, not only are street checks racist, but they're unconstitutional. And then, and only then, just hours after that minister had stood in his place and said that street checks were a valuable policing tool, was there a moratorium announced on the practice. But Madam Chair, that moratorium, as we all know, as the chair knows, has not done enough. As with our last amendment, this is work that needs ongoing. The dismantling of racism and hate is not a one and done. It is an ongoing process, and it is a process that is within our power to move forward. And so again, I will say to the members of the government, and apparently this also needs repeating to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, in the Liberal Party, the official opposition, this is an issue that involves all of us. And it is on us to ensure that we actually uphold the laws of this province, the human rights of the members of this province, and the Constitution of Canada, all of which is engendered by the ongoing and illegal practice of street checks. There are other pieces of legislation where this can live, but this is one where it needs to live. And so for that reason, we ask you all again to consider how you will vote on an amendment that seeks to uphold the basic human rights of the members of this province. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have much to say, and I really want to amplify and take a moment to appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think what's really important to consider, and I perhaps didn't articulate this well enough talking about the other amendments, is that the communities and the people who have worked for change and for human rights, respect, dignity, and equity, this has not been a peaceful timeline of change. Please don't sit over there and pat yourselves on the back. And frankly, don't pat yourselves on the back either. Because what you force communities to do, what you force individuals to do, who are the least able to do it, right? We've been hearing lots about helping the least fortunate Nova Scotians, but is that you make them come back time and time again. And so you make us come back every time and fight for every little inch. And then you put forward this bill and you're like, wow, this is great. I will be investigating taking my name off this bill at this point. I will be discussing that with the caucus and the leader. I am not, this is exactly why we wanted this committee properly constituted. This is exactly why we wanted terms of reference that were never passed. This is it. Do you think the people, the thousands, by the way, I could deconstruct that consultation thing. It was pretty fast. The sessions were not about the bill. They were about, do you agree that the government should take action? Well, yes, actually, of course we do. We all do. But in the end, this is what we thought would happen, that you would use us. I feel used. I feel used. You have done nothing. Nothing to advise me to,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
I will withdraw those comments where I use.
You can't say order. Yeah.
I could put my hands down. No, it's you. I feel used. I knew that this was...
Order. Could the member for Little Sable Island retract the word used?
I feel used.
I feel used. Okay. Sorry. Oh, member for Halifax, Little Sable Island.
I will retract the inappropriate language that I just used. I honestly, I don't even know what to do now. But can I continue now?
The honorable member's mic is on, so honorable member from Halifax, Little Sable Island may continue.
I feel taken advantage of by this process. Nothing was recorded. This was supposed to be some sort of all-party committee with a consensus model that was suggested in the terms of reference, which bears no resemblance to the way that we work here, because you're going to vote, because you're according to your party, not your conscience. And so to speak directly to this amendment, I mean, the pain that comes out of this, and I think, I think every day for the African Nova Scotians and Black Nova Scotians who have fought this, because you know who else is affected? Is people like my son, who gets followed, who gets stopped. So it is not actually just a question, it's a white person issue, but it's sort of like, it affects a lot of racialized people in this province. And so if we can't agree to include this amendment, and I just feel strongly that the whole process around this all-party committee feels like a bit of a sham at this point. Perhaps that's not parliamentary language either, but I'm not pleased with how this process has panned out.
Recognize the honorable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am going to add my voice in support of my caucus. Today, March 31st, is a proud day I have in this chamber. I am really proud to stand in this chamber today. Because when my daughter asked me what was I doing on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, I can say I was standing with my caucus, and I was standing with the communities who have felt marginalized, who have endured racism and discriminatory acts. I get to say to her, Mommy was standing up. Mommy was using her voice, and Mommy was following her conscience, her values, and her beliefs, and I wasn't diminishing them. I'm crying in the chamber. Wow. Hormones, pregnancy. But that's the, thank you. That is the fact of this. It is a white person problem. And we have to sit in that. But in sitting in it, we also have to acknowledge that we need to fix it. And the only way to fix it is to start by putting these amendments in an act. Madam Chair, police checks. This should have been done years ago. The Wortley report has said it. So I'm going to ask, again, as my colleague from Dartmouth South, Dartmouth North, Halifax, Citadel, Staple Island, Halifax, Needham, have said, this is a matter of conscience. When we stand in this House, we are expressing our values and our beliefs, the values and beliefs of Nova Scotians, and we must follow them. So I'm imploring my colleagues across the way, my colleagues in the Liberal caucus, to follow their conscience so that they can actually, when their children or grandchildren or nieces, nephews, ask them, what did you do? You can say, I stood up for Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to rise as Minister of Justice just very briefly to touch on this. I don't support the amendment that's before us right now, and I want to explain why I don't. As the Minister of Justice on December the 1st of 2021, I did give a updated minister's directive, which directly did say to all the provinces or all the police forces, as well as the RCMP throughout the province of Nova Scotia, and I'll quote it, I'll read it. It says, I, Bradley Harris-Johns, Minister of Justice for Nova Scotia, do hereby issue the following directive, banning the practice of street checks to all municipal police forces and Royal Canadian Mounted Police in their capacity as provincial police across this province. And I would add that part of the reason I specifically don't support the amendment before us is because I think it somewhat starts to muddy the waters in regards to the directive that's been put out, as well as legislation. It's very clear, the directive that was issued in December of 2021, and I certainly don't want to create any confusion between legislation and the minister's directive. I'd also for members of the House and want to put on record that we have had at the Department of Justice consultation with the Decade of People of African Descent and community consultation. We continue to do that community consultation, and so at this particular time I won't support the amendment that's before us. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a note to say I appreciate the words from the Minister of Justice. I suspect that if he is in conversation with the Decade for People of African Descent, that they will have made him aware that many definitions of street checks do not, in fact, include motor vehicles, which are included in this amendment, and that further, notwithstanding the directive, street checks continue to occur. So, while I do appreciate that we want to be consistent, I also want to be clear that on the ground the practice continues. And so if this amendment is not supported, then I will look forward to the Minister of Justice through those consultations making other regulatory and legislative changes and directives such that it does change. But so far, the actions undertaken, likely through no fault of the minister, have not been sufficient. They have not been effective. And maybe that's a matter of time, but for people impacted, as we have seen today in this chamber, we don't have any more time. It's not fair for us to lean on the excuse of time. We want to do things now, and so that's what we are attempting to do in our role as legislators. That's why we're putting this forward. And again, knowing now that it won't be supported, I would say, please show us at the earliest possible convenience what will be done to ensure that this practice does not continue. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party for Halifax, Shabakdo.
Thank you. I think that the Minister of Justice has drawn in a clear way the distinction that is in fact before us. The distinction between a prohibition of street checks that stands as a ministerial directive and a prohibition of street checks that stands as a matter of the statutes of the province of Nova Scotia. What we are putting forward is the view that this matter is so core and germane to the issue of equity in Nova Scotia that it cannot be adequately given form in anything below the level of actual encodement in the statutes of the province. When in the many conversations that have been held on this subject in recent years in the community, every voice has called for a ban on street checks to be a part of the law of the people of Nova Scotia. Every consultation, every voice, virtually every form of communication has said that it is a matter of the law of the province itself that is required. That this is a matter so central that we as the population of our province wish to give it the maximum force that we're able to give it, the laws of the province through the House of Assembly of the province. So this is the issue that we are bringing forward. The question is, who is in favor of a ban on street checks receiving the maximum statutory prohibition that is possible constitutionally within the province of Nova Scotia, and who is in favor of something being provided in the area of a ban on street checks that is less? But we're going to have a vote on this, and that is the matter that is going to be decided. And every member here is going to, when their name is called, have the opportunity to say which side of this question are they on. On the side for the maximum statutory prohibition, as the community has said a million times, is required, or some smaller, more diminished, constricted, lesser form. That's the issue before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize. So there's been a request for a recorded vote on the proposed amendments, and I would ask the sergeant at the arms to ring the bells while we prepare for the vote. Or the whip, till the whips are satisfied. Sorry. Okay. Okay, order. So we are on amendments to Clause 13 of Bill 96, and there's been a request for a recorded vote. Before we proceed with the recorded vote, I'll just remind all members to remain silent while the clerk records your vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Alan McMaster.
No.
Carla McFarland.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John White.
No.
Daniel Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Derek Mompercat.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Aye.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Nays 25, yeas 20. Motion is defeated.
So then,
Back to the main script.
oh, don't,
Yep. So shall clause 13 carry.
so shall clause 13 carry?
Shall the remaining clauses carry?
Oh, shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the schedule carry? Shall the preamble carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? This bill is carried. I recognize Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 99, the Quality Improvement Information Protection Act?
Bill number 99, the Act to amend Chapter 8, the Quality Improvement Information Protection Act. And recognize the clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 99 was referred to the House by the Committee on Law Amendments on March 28, 2022, without amendments and contains one clause.
Okay. Oh, this again. Oh, clause 1. Clause 1? Oh, carry. Oh. Shall the, oh, what? Oh, sorry. Shall the schedule carry? Shall the preamble carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? Carried. This bill is carried. Recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, would you please call Bill number 104, the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Act?
Bill number 104, the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Act. I recognize the clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 104 was referred to the House by the Committee on Law Amendments on March 28, 2022, without amendments, and contains 21 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the schedule carry? Carry. Shall the preamble carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. This bill is carried. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. The chairman of the committee, sorry, order. The chairman of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. Clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills: Bill number 96, Bill number 99, and Bill number 104 without amendments. And the chairman has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
It is agreed. So the motion to adjourn, address, and reply. Oh, okay.
That go right to
Oh, sorry. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That includes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again Friday, April the 1st, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Following daily routine and QP business will include bills for second reading, Bills 94, 114, 115, 118, and 120. Bills for third reading will be 96, 99, and 104.
Okay, thank you. And the Honorable Member for Cape Breton. Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, just very quickly, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I'm out of order or not, but I think it's important to recognize the clerk who's doing this who's doing it by himself.
Yeah. I would, and the Speaker seconds that. Yeah, Deputy Speaker. So the motion is that the House rise to meet again on April 1st, 9 a.m., or between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until April 1st, 9 a.m.